We are also, if I'm not mistaken, on Sweet Radio. It is the responsibility of the thousands, or should I say hundreds of thousands of admin that we have across every social media space to ensure that the full array of the listening opportunities available to people are well advertised, because there are millions listening from all over the world. Sometimes it can be very, very difficult for some smaller platforms to cope. This is the only source of truth. This is the only source of light in a darkened continent, in a hidden zoological republic, and of course, in the occupied territories of the Biafras. Get your pen and your paper ready. You must also bring a dose of common sense with you. Because if you are not reasonable enough, you might not be able to grasp what we are saying, especially when it comes to the unmasking of Jubril al-Sudani masquerading as the dead Muhammadu Buhari. But before we go into any of that, before we bring you the latest advisory on coronavirus and what is happening to 5G technology, we must commit all our proceedings this very evening into the hands of Elohim in heaven. That only him may guide us. I do not worship idol. This IPOB do not worship idol. We only worship the one indivisible God, the same God of Yahweh Yeshua, the same God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, the same God of Eri, the same God upon which the foundation of Biafra was anchored, the same God that never changes, the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. The same God that was before time began. The source of everything that you see around you or that your mind can possibly imagine. This evening we pray. Chineke na nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-agwọ ọrịa. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-ekwe ka ihe ya wee chaa n'ime ndụ ndị niile bụ ndị na-arịa ọrịa n'oge awa n'ụwa niile. Ndị niile bụ ndị kpughere onwe ha ma ọ bụ site na amaghị ama, ma ọ bụ site na mgbụgba nke ekwensu n'ime obodo ndị niile dị iche iche, wee were coronavirus weta n'ụmụ ndị mmadụ. Nna m kebere dị ngọzi ndị na-ebutere ọrịa. Onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke igwe, anyị na-arịọ gị ka i wee gwọọ ha, kama anyị na-ekpere ya ekpere wee karịsịchaa, wee na-asị gị biko chebe Biafra, chebe ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra ebe niile ha nọ n'ụwa niile, chebe ndị ezi omume, chebe ndị niile bụ ndị na-agwọ ọrịa, ma ndị dibịa nke oyibo ma nke ndị be anyị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, bụ ndị na-elekọta niile bụ ndị na-arịa ahụ coronavirus. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị nna nke ebere ka i wee chụghachi ihe azụ n'ime ndụ ụmụ gị niile, ka i wee dobe anyị ndụ n'ala nke ndị dị ndụ, ka i wee chebe IPOB eze ebube dị ngọzi, ka Biafra nke gị onwe gị kwere anyị na nkwa wee bịa ọsịsọ ọsịsọ, atụfughị mgbe ezi Chineke nna nke anyị na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala anya. N'ihi na anyị enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. O nweghị onye ọzọ anyị na-akpụ isi ala anya ewezụga gị. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe, onye na-eleta ụmụ ya bụ ndị IPOB n'ụwa niile, biko bịa ka iwe gọzie ndị gị, bịa ka iwe kpuchigide anyị nna nke ebere, bịa ka iwe mee ka ndị ịnyanya niile bụ ndị na-arịa ahụ ọjọọ kwere n'ihi ọrịa agbatanụ, ka ha wee si n'ute ọrịa wee kunie, ka ha wee gbakee, ka iwe gọzie ka ha rabụ ndị na-arịa ọrịa, ka iwe were aka agwọmọrịa gị nna nke ebere wee leta ha, ka iwe gọzie mkpụrụ obi ha, wee bulie mmụọ ha elu. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna, n'ihi na amaghị ebe ọrịa nke a si bịa, amaghị maọbụ mmadụ dị ndụ mere ya, maọbụ ekwensu butere. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna bi n'igwe, bikonu bịa ka iwe mere ụmụ gị ebere na ọba asụsụ eluigwe ka anyị ji wee na-efe gị wee na-aja gị mma. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị eze ndị eze, na-asị gị biko ma ọsọ ọsọ ka iwe bịa zọpụta ndị gị. Bịakwanụ ngwa ngwa ka iwe bịa nyere anyị aka lekwa ka ha arabụ ndị na-agba anyị mgbe okpuru. Lekwa ka ha arabụ ndị kụniri si na Biafra agaghị abịa. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe, bịa ka iwe etinye ndị dị etu a n'ụzọ ihere. Bịakwa ka iwe etinye ọgba aghara n'elu ọgba aghara n'ime ndụ dị etu a. Tụmadị ndị na-achị obodo ekwensị bụ zuu Naijiria. Bịa ka iwe ghasasị atụmatụ ọjọọ ha niile. Bịa ka iwe chụghachi ha azụ. N'ihere nke onwe ha nna nke ebere dị ngọzi bụ ka ha arabụ ndị na-achị ụmụ gị ọchị. Na-asị lekwe ka ha si wee na-ezuzu. Wee na-asị na ndị na-achọ nwere onwe bụ ndị nzuzu. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna ka iberibe ndị dị etu a wee mụbaa n'ime ndụ ha. Ma lekwa anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị na-achị iru gị. Lekwa ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra n'ụwa niile. Ndị ji iwe enwe ntụkwasị obi. Ndị na-achọta ịhụnanya na ebere n'iru gị eze ebube dị ngọzi. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ezi ịhụnanya ebe nzọpụta gị nọ. Obi ya mere mgbe niile anyị na-asị nna nke dị nsọ na anyị ga-ebuli gị elu. Chineke nna nke igwe anyị ga-ebuli gị elu. Onye kere eluigwe maka elu ụwa anyị ga-ebuli gị elu. Anyị bụ ụmụ ogbenye wee nọ na nnukwu mkpa ezi Chineke nna dị ngọzi. Biko bịa ọsọ ọsọ Elohim ọbasi bi n'igwe ka igwe zọpụta ndị gị. N'ihi na anyị enweghị onye nzọpụta wezụga gị. Biko na-atụfukwala mgbe. Nara otuto, nara nsọpụrụ, nara ịja mma onye kere eluigwe maka elu ụwa. Site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise. That was the language of heaven for those who may not know, for those who do not know and seeking to know. That is the language of heaven. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and direct, and we will dissect the zoo, not minding that there is a pandemic sweeping all across this very planet, giving a lot of people like us concern for the well-being of the children of God in heaven. That only God knows everything. He is ever merciful. And our prayer this evening is that the Lord God in heaven will have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon your children. That is our prayer now and always. You must listen very attentively this evening. It is very, very important. If you are not attentive, if your faculties are not switched on, there is no way you can follow this very gospel. There is no way you can understand it. If you have come with your pen and paper, you are a very good student, and unto those people shall this very knowledge be impacted this evening. We start by laying the foundation of coronavirus that the world may understand. Everything we preach here is the truth. Not minding the very best efforts of the rulers of the damnable zoological republic to try to spin it. Otherwise, the truth remains that on this very platform we do not lie, cannot lie because we're not allowed to. We are under divine instruction. You must listen this very evening and listen very, very carefully, because a lot is happening. A lot is happening. A lot is happening. And unless you follow this very carefully, you will become a victim of some of the conspiracy theory being woven all over the place by people who are too lazy to understand what is happening. Coronavirus came from China. Listen very carefully, please. Coronavirus came from China, from the Wuhan laboratory in China. That's where it came from. Some of you may also have heard of a man called Mr. Lieber. I don't know if you have heard about him. He's a scientist being funded by the U.S. government, the U.S. military, and more critically, Bill Gates. Are you listening very carefully this evening? And I will tell you the reason why I dropped the name of Bill Gates this very evening in our discussion. It is very, very vital, very, very critical that you understand it. Because Bill Gates is one of the people pushing for this very coronavirus vaccination. His own family is not vaccinated. His own children are not vaccinated. You must understand this very carefully. And this very disease came from a laboratory in China. That's how we are going to start. Stage by stage, step by step, so you understand it. And understand that no Biafran in the zoo called Nigeria should travel to Biafran land anytime the Chinese coming to help the crumbling government of Abakari, because they're coming. That is why I said this evening that only those who are very, very intelligent can understand this very gospel that we are preaching. If you're not intelligent, you cannot understand it. Listen very carefully, please. Any day the Chinese come into the zoo to help anybody with coronavirus, you know that men, women, and children will die. And I will tell you the reason why I said so. That was what they did to us with HIV. They did the same thing to us with Ebola. And as I shall point out, I will attempt to point out later, it was only when the rebels in Congo killed the people hiding under UN and poisoning and infecting our people did Ebola stop in Africa. Some of you don't know, but this evening I will tell you. Let me repeat. It was only when that very team in Congo, near Lake Kivu, it was only when they were killed that Ebola stopped. Forget all the nonsense they are telling you on Radio Biafra. After painstaking research and evaluation, what we are giving you are the raw facts, so that nobody, no single human being will be under any illusion as to what awaits Africa. They have come to decimate and destroy Africa completely. They have come to take 10 million lives. That's what they said they are coming for. 10 million people. 10 million will die unless we are vigilant and unless we look out for one another and unless we protect one another. Those who are in Abuja planning to bring in the Chinese people to kill men, women, and children, not minding where you come from this time around, not minding if you're Janjaweed, that one, the terrorist. It doesn't matter if you're from the Middle Belt. It doesn't matter if you're Yoruba. It doesn't matter if you're a Biafran. What concerns us right now is how we can keep as many people as possible safe, both from the zoo, army, and police, and from the Chinese that are coming. And I will tell you why. Every information I give to you are verified and authentic from sources that are so credible that their reputation is unimpeachable. Unimpeachable. Any news you hear on Radio Biafra tonight, go around the whole world. You will come back, you will say that I'm correct, that what I said is true. Coronavirus leaked from a research laboratory in Wuhan. And over 20 million people are dead in China. Let me repeat, over 20 million. Do you know what they're doing to black people in China now? As our brother kindly informed us today, which I knew about 4 days ago, what they are doing in China is that if you're a black person and they see you, they will tell you your running temperature and they will take you, nobody will see you again, you're dead and you're gone. That is what is happening in China. Only China can. Democracies cannot survive this level of pandemic. Only totalitarian communist regimes can do so. That is why China can marshal their citizens, lock down Wuhan, because they knew what they did. Before the West could react, it's too late. It is everywhere. And it is killing a lot of elderly people. That is why I said I don't believe in conspiracy theory. But a lot of things are now beginning to happen to give us concern. To give us concern that even those who are in the pension fund management, all the governments of the West complaining, oh, we are having an aging population. Some of them are laughing and very happy, wringing their hands, saying at least all the old people are dying. You people have no idea what is going on. I hear people say, oh, it's not real. Coronavirus is not real. And I'm saying to them, that is what they would like you to think until it strikes you. until it gets you. Then you'll understand how difficult it is to breathe. We must be very, very careful. In the United Kingdom, this is not people theorizing. In the UK, there is a group called COBRA. It is the Emergency Government Response Team, is the agency, serves under the Prime Minister. They sit in the bunker deep below number 10 Downing Street in the war room. That is where they are. They are called COBRA. Ask anybody who knows what COBRA is. This information is coming from COBRA itself, not from a minister, not from a conspiracy theory somewhere. This is coming from the arm of a joint British intelligence command. Any information they give you since they were formed has been authentic, proven beyond every conceivable doubt. You must listen very carefully. Do you know what they're saying? That they have looked at the pathogen, which is the coronavirus, looked at the way it spreads, and everything about it. They said, and I quote them verbatim, direct, on the balance of scientific advice, this very virus was a leak from a laboratory in the Chinese city. Listen very, very carefully. One member of the COBRA team, if you don't know what COBRA is in the UK, please go and try and find out. They don't mess about. These are not like, it's not like the zoo. We have somebody will be looking for Lai Muhammad and he'll forget that. You know, that is cap that looks like, I don't know, like a Guru Maharaj that is trying to con people out of their money. Nobody knows where anybody is. These are men, their job in life is to keep the United Kingdom safe. This is what they are releasing to those that are in the know. And this very clever publication picked it up. Listen very carefully, please. You know what he said? He said, and I will use their words. They said that while the virus is not in dispute as being zoonotic, zoonotic virus means that it came from an animal into a human being. Understands? When they say that a virus is not like the zoo you have in Nigeria, zoonotic, which is Z-O-O-N-O-T-I-C, zoonotic, which means it originates from animals. Do you understand? They were looking at that first until it emerged that there is now credible alternative view based on the nature of the virus. Now listen, these are scientists. It's not about in Africa where we run with theory. Oh, it's caused by 5G network. No. What these scientists and intelligence people did in the UK is to study the very virus itself. The COVID-19 variant itself, they studied it. And from the behavior of this very virus, they were able to say that it came from a laboratory in China. And when this whole thing started, there were some people that I spoke to on the phone, and I said to them that if this is a biological attack against the West, that the USA will arrest, they will investigate Mossad, CIA, MI5, they will all investigate and find out the source of this. It didn't come to me as a shock. Was it yesterday that Dr. Lieber was arrested? They arrested him. Do you know that one of the people in that one of the accomplices, or should I say an associate of Dr. Lieber, that was pretending that he's just a chemistry student from China, he's actually a lieutenant colonel in the Chinese army. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Do you actually know that this very Dr. Lieber that was arrested by the FBI, this man actually has a commission. He is actually being paid by Wuhan, by Chinese people. Are you aware of that? And surprise, just hazard a guess as to the virus he was working on. He was working on COVID-19. And I saw the interview of what's his name? Of Bill Gates with Trevor Noah of South Africa. I saw it. And Trevor Noah asked him, how come you knew that a virus was coming? Not only that, you even know the name of the virus. How come you even know the name of... People can make predictions based, of course, on available data and scientific facts. You can predict that maybe a virus is imminent, or maybe that a mega volcano will go up somewhere based on the data you have in front of you. This man actually gave it a name. Bill Gates knew the name of the virus. Go and watch that interview again. It's been watched by millions of people all over the world. He knew the name of the virus before the virus actually came. And our people must be very, very careful. Very, very careful. Because this is from a Chinese newspaper, the People's Daily in China. In 2018, 2018 or 2 years ago, it said about the Wuhan laboratory that they are capable of conducting experiments. Listen carefully. They are capable that this is a Chinese newspaper talking about what they are doing in the Wuhan laboratory. What did he say? This paper says, this is Chinese communist paper in China, please, not even in the West. That the Wuhan laboratory, which is the Institute of Virology, is capable of conducting experiments with highly pathogenic microorganisms such as, wait for it, the deadly Ebola virus. Scientists at the Institute were the first to suggest that the virus genome was 96% similar to the one found in bats from Wuhan, from China. From China. And I know why I'm stressing the China connection. It is for those who are planning to bring them into Nigeria to kill people. This is not the time for people to say, we don't like Biafra. If the Chinese come into the zoo, people will die. I am telling you, men, women, you will be burying people. Go and see what is happening in Italy and in Spain. That will be a child's play compared to what will happen. All this while, let me tell you, all this while that people are not dying in Africa as they expect. All they are now doing right now, as I'm talking to you, in the same China, they are tweaking the virus, trying to make it heat resistant. Because once it is 28 degrees outside, the virus dies. They are trying to tweak it to see if they can make it to at least 32 degrees. And then you see what will happen in Africa. You think people are better? No amount of prayer will save us. None. Unless we take precaution now. And the first precaution is if you are close to, because the zoo government is dying, which I will prove later on. They are dying. There is no credible governmental structure or administration in Nigeria. What they have done is to go to China, not to come and fight coronavirus. No. What they have gone to do is to bring in China so that China can protect the regime of Abba Kyari from any criticisms from the USA. Exactly what Assad did with Russia. That's what they want to do. Write it down on a piece of paper tonight, because in Nigeria, they don't have a president. They don't have a vice president. The chief of staff, who is the normal president, is gone. He's not there. Even Buratai has coronavirus. He's missing. Are you following what I'm telling you? Are you following what I'm telling you? Are you understanding what is happening to you? The reason why they want to bring China is not because of Corona. They are bringing the Chinese exactly what Assad did when Assad in Syria knew he was under trouble from the USA. You know what Assad did? And from the Arab world, Assad ran to a superpower in Russia and asked them to come and help. The same thing that the zoo has done. They are collapsing. We have exposed them that Jubril is the one with the mask. They know it very well. They are panicking. And do you know what is making their life worse? There is nobody to exercise credible power. Understand this very well. The only other person that can step it, what's his name? Is it Ahmed Lawan, the speaker of the Senate president or whatever rubbish they call him over there. That is how bad it is. Because that thing that you see in Asoro can never speak. He can never talk in public. The only person that can speak, that has been training for years to develop the larynx, to develop the vocal cords of the late Buhari, is Jubril, the one in Cuba. I hope you're following very carefully. The one in Asoro can never speak. That is why presidents all over the world, they come out, they speak, they talk in front of camera. He can never come out. All they do is, Femi Adesina will take his picture and show you. Oh, he's in Asoro. He's seeing the Minister of Petroleum, seeing the Minister of Health. That's what they can do. He can never speak. Because he is not conditioned to speak. He's not been trained to speak or sound like Buhari. Follow what I'm telling you tonight very carefully, because it is going to save your life. It will save your life. It doesn't matter if you're a Biafran or not, it will save your life. This virus came from China, and the world is angry and they're investigating it. You know that diplomats, when they're angry, they won't let you know. They are very, very upset. Very, very upset. Even the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is livid, is incandescent with rage. Boris Johnson, let me tell you what the headline says in the UK. They said Boris Johnson's government is furious with China, believing that China is hiding the true number of their fatalities. The true evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We welcome you to a slightly delayed live presentation on this very day, the 6th day of May, in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2020. The time now is approximately, should I say, 24 minutes to 8 p.m. in the evening in the land of Biafra. I welcome each and every one of you, but I must apologize profusely for the late coming of this very program. We have been stopped from transmitting this very live presentation this very day on Facebook. All the accounts that are available for us to use to share this very program on that platform have been disabled. It seems to me that they do not want us to preach this very gospel. So I do not know if there is any chance for us to transmit live on my Facebook page. But I do know that we are live on satellite. I do know that we are being listened to via Radio Biafra app. I am also aware that the whole world is listening via tuning, via country radio, and also on FM in the land of Biafra. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, I will encourage you to welcome those who are around you. We are live and we are direct, and I believe that the whole world is listening. I know there are quite a number of you who would like to listen via Facebook this very evening because it is very, very interactive. But now we are here and we are live. I do not know if we have been able to connect this very presentation this evening live on Facebook. I do not know. I need confirmation. I do need confirmation. I want confirmation because nothing is happening. I cannot see it. I do not know. Please, I need confirmation if this is streaming live on my Facebook page or not. I do need that confirmation, please. Those who are listening via other means should be able to confirm this if at all that is possible. I want to know if this very live presentation this evening is happening on my page. And I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because unlike any other Radio Biafra is being listened to and received across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet. I do not think so. I do not think it is being presented on my page. I do not know what is happening. And this broadcast is very, very important. You may have to excuse us. We will preach this gospel this evening. As annoying and as frustrating as it may sound, it is my determination and in keeping with who we are that I must preach this very gospel on Facebook this very evening.
Special dedication to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War. of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revive the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yapika kwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Right, and getting really fast now. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We welcome you to a very explosive edition of our live broadcast on this very day that Elohim has made, the 18th day of April 2020, with the time now standing at precisely 8 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are domiciled. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because only Radio Biafra is the broadcasting media you can receive, or you can authentically determine is listened to across the entire 24 time zones of the world. We are here to preach the gospel of the restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of the earth. We have come that the will of God may be fulfilled in our lives. We have come that the captives may be set free. We have come that the truth may be spoken uncompromisingly. We have come that those shackled in the heinous bondage of the damnable contraption that the British concocted to enslave and to damn us, that we are all set free. That is why we are here, and that is why we preach this gospel. That is why Biafra will come. That is why all will be liberated. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. As I welcome you, I will ask you to welcome those who are around you. And my name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And by the very special grace of Elohim, Chukwukika Biama Purumi Henine, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. The gates of hell has fallen. Those who doubted our resolve can now see that there is gain after all in resoluteness and determination. Those who questioned our tenacity Today, they are beginning to testify that indeed IPOB is exceptionally formidable. Those who had reason to question our strategy, today, they too are beginning to testify that we have been vindicated. Anybody who understands us, anybody who is privy to how we reason, anybody who has ever come close to us, anybody who can attest to our determination, our never say die attitude, anybody who can, of course, testify to how destructively stubborn we are, will tell you that we do not have any hope. We do not have any intention of letting go on our line of assault at the very gravitational center of iniquity, which is that rock in the zoo. It's like a chess game we're playing. Anybody who is accustomed, anybody who knows how to play chess will tell you that capturing the king is important. It doesn't matter what it takes. You go for the jugular quite literally. That is what we have done. Rather than wasting our time faffing around all over the place, we went for the heart of darkness itself. We went for Asorok, and it is crumbling before our eyes. Everything that we tell you is the truth. Everything that emanates from this very hallowed platform is as Chukwukikabiam intended it. But before we proceed this evening, we must commit everything that we are, all that we do, everything we are likely to become, everything we are ever likely to accomplish on this very mission to Chukwukikabiam Aprumi Henini, the Most High God in heaven, on this very holy day of Shabbat. Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, we come before thee in praise and in adoration because you promised us that you are a God of righteousness, that righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne, unlike what obtains in the zoo. Therefore, all your children listening all over the world tonight, those who would like to but cannot, due to one thing or the other, those who are incarcerated, those who are ill, those who do not have any electricity, those who do not have any food to eat, those who cannot even muster the strength to begin to articulate any form of thought. We hand them over to thee, O Heavenly Father, and ask you to give us Biafra in our time, that we may praise and adore your holy name for as long as we live. As we have always prayed unto thee always, morning, noon, and night, we have always said that this very path, this very glorious mission that only you have decreed that IPOB should embark upon, this very noble quest, will make this very generation immortal. Because as they come, as our children come and their children and their children's children, every generation who will ever walk the face of this very earth, they will remember us. They will say there was a time, there was a group of people, they came together, they were called IPOB. The Spirit of the Most High was with them. They went forward and they spoke the truth. They were without fear before their enemies. Everything was thrown at them. Every manner of aspersion, every manner of contorted life, they remained resolute, they remained determined, because God was with them and Biafra came. That is why they will be remembered as long as there is a child on this earth of Biafran extraction. This very generation, this very IPOB will be remembered forever and ever. Therefore, we adore your holy name. We kneel in prayers to thee. And we say, there is nothing like thee. Nothing is comparable to thee. For blessed art thou, Elohim. And blessed are those who have learned to acclaim you, as we do in IPOB, who walk in the light of your presence, because you're Lord and you are God. You are the beginning and you are the very end. You are the architect of all that we have become. For we shall rejoice in your name all day long in the land of Biafra. For we shall celebrate your righteousness in freedom that only you can give. For you are our glory and our strength. We are nothing without thee. We submit all that we are before your holy grace, O Heavenly Father in heaven, that your favor only may exalt your children, because you shield us from the arrows of the enemy. Today the zoo has crumbled. For as you have directed us to speak, so have we spoken, and so have your words come to pass. For all those who laugh at your children, today they are covered with shame. For once you spoke to me in a vision, and you said to me, anything you proclaim shall come to pass. And I said to you, O Heavenly Father in heaven, that I will sacrifice everything sacrificable. If it is my parents, I will sacrifice them gladly, as long as your kingdom will rest upon this very earth, at this very zero latitude, at this very zero longitude, this place that is the cradle of your creation, this blessed land of Biafra. And indeed, my father and my mother were sacrificed, O Heavenly Father, to your eternal glory. And today we are beginning to see the manifestations of your mercy and your love upon our lives. For the zoo is without a president. The zoo is without a vice president. The zoo is without a recognized ruler. The zoo is without any discernible direction. The zoo has precipitously collapsed. Out of the abundance of your grace, our consistency and our resoluteness, for you created IPOB. IPOB is not the creation of man. It came from heaven. That your glory may be upon those that call upon your name. We do not worship any idol. We do not worship any graven image. We bow down before nothing that the eyes can see and the mind can conceive. Because you are a spirit, you dwell in the realm of the spirit. None can see thee because you are the creator. That is why this evening, as always, this very family, this very IPOB, this very nation of Biafra and all those who believe in freedom, we rise with one accord and one voice to say that you are God and there is none like thee. That is why we say, may praise be unto your holy name. May every adoration and every adulation, may every uplifting and magnification of name belong to thee and to thee alone. But all those who connive against the children of the Most High, they shall dwell in shame always. We have come that we may preach, that those who are discerning may be able to understand. We have come to fulfill every righteousness. We have come that Chukwokika Abiyama may see the purity of our hearts and be able to allow his kingdom to dwell on this very earth as Yeshua prayed. For Yeshua prayed and he said, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come on this very earth. That kingdom is Biafra. And that is why we are here, unapologetically, to make sure that the creation of darkness and of Satan is obliterated from the face of this very earth. You must pay attention this evening. If you do not have your pen and paper, you are doing yourself a disservice. You must come with your pen and your paper and a dose of common sense. You must get everybody around you to listen to this very gospel of redemption from heaven. Because anything I proclaim behind this very microphone, any proclamation, any decree, any utterance will come to pass before our eyes. Anything I say comes to pass. I possess no powers, heaven is my witness. But Elohim said, as soon as you are sat behind this microphone, you are under divine instruction from heaven. That you may pass on to those who are living the instructions of the heavenly realm. Those who can see in the spirit, they understand. Those who cannot see in the spirit, they cannot begin to comprehend. We are live and we are direct and the whole world is listening. How do you know we are live? If you check your clock on the wall in your home, if you check your wristwatch, the time now is exactly 20 minutes past the hour, regardless of where you are. And as I told the keepers of the zoo, As I told them in Asorok, I am coming for Asorok. I am not interested in the surrounding vicinity. I am not interested in what happens in the towns and in the villages. I have gone for the center. We have gone for the destruction of the seat of Satan. And it has fallen. I told them, Chukwokikabiama said that I would destroy the zoo. I will not fire one single shot, but with the truth which shall be spoken without fear nor favor, that the zoo will fall, and the zoo has fallen. I did not want to waste my time plowing through the bushes. In a guerrilla war, of course not. Or expending much needed energy in trying to convince the Yoruba race, who admittedly is key to any eventual collapse of the zoo. Instead, Elohim directed me to go for their jugular. When I even saw the hole on the neck of Jubril in Cuba, I knew that Chukwokikabiama was speaking to me, that I should strangulate them, that the zoo will collapse, and it has fallen. I wasn't the one who made the hole in Jubril's neck. That too was a sign that I should focus on the head and cut it off. That head is Asorok. Chukwokikabiama said, focus on the head and cut it off. Today, that head has fallen. It has been cut off. That was exactly what I wanted to do. That was exactly what I said I was going to do. I was in Ohafia, the place they attacked today. I was in Ohafia before my court case in 2017. And I said to the gathering, I said to the multitude that came to listen to me preach the gospel of heaven. And I said to them, I will take 2 million men to Abuja. And on my way back, I will bring back the head of whoever is in Asorok. It was a metaphorical statement. After about 4 or 5 days, they came to kill me. Because I knew that the powers of Satan lay inside Asorok. And I said it from this very seat. I said it repeatedly. Anybody who goes into Asorok, you either die. Once you exercise presidential power and you're there for a discernible number of months, you will die, or your closest relative will die. I've made that very clear from the beginning. And today, that very proclamation has become manifest in the lives of men. Abba Kyari was the man that sent those people to come to my house to kill me. 28 of my men were killed. My cousin was killed at Ako. My dog, Jack, was killed. From that very trauma that my parents endured because they were with me when they came. That went into my father's bedroom, went into my mother's bedroom, shooting indiscriminately. That very traumatic experience induced the complications in the health of my parents as a direct result of the invasion of my home. My mother developed the health problems that will later account for her demise. When my father was told that my mother had died, from that very day, my father never uttered any other word. He rejected every food that was given to him. He never conversed again with any other person, never wanted to speak to anybody else, until the day he too joined his ancestors. They were buried on the same day, on the 14th of February 2020. Rather than become upset, it occurred to me the promise that heaven made to me, that anytime I sit behind this microphone on Radio Biafra, anything I profess, anything I say, phone live on air, and I've been saying it over and over again, that I will sacrifice everything sacrificable to make sure that I get Biafra. That is why nothing matters to me. I have no cars, I have no home, I have no clothing, I have nothing. My aim is Biafra. Nothing else will stand in my way. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Biafra will be restored in our time, that the world may know that God is on the throne in heaven. Not out of any hatred. God in heaven knows I don't hate anybody. I want everybody to be free. From the lowest Alamajiri to the Yorubas in the west, to the suffering thieves and the Jukuns in the middle belt, everybody to be free in the land of their ancestors. That even if you want to have a country together, everybody will come together willingly, voluntarily to join a union, not by force. That's what I've been preaching from day one. And that is about to come to fruition. I sat behind this microphone and I said, I will sacrifice everything sacrificable to get Biafra. And I said one day that includes my mom and my dad. I said it live on air. Upon review in later years, I knew that I had to lose something. My father and my mother, as sacrifice, supreme sacrifice, to make sure that Biafra is restored. Then my mind went back to a judge in Israel called Jephthah. If some of you know, in the book of Judges, chapter 12. If you go to the book of Judges, chapter 12, you read about Jephthah. Jephthah was a judge of Israel for about a period of 6 years or thereabout. And Jephthah led the Israelites in battle against the Ammon. And in exchange for defeating the Ammonites, Jephthah actually made a vow before he went to war. Jephthah said, I will sacrifice anything that will come out of my door to greet me on my return from battle. He went to battle and Elohim led him. He won a very famous victory against the Ammonites. And the first thing that Jephthah saw when he got home was his one and only beautiful daughter. Because he had made a promise and a pledge to God Almighty in heaven, he said to himself, I have no regret. My daughter I will sacrifice to God in heaven. And he did it. So when it came that I lost my mother and my father, I realized what I had said, and I sang a song to God. And I said, in all my condition, I will give praise to your holy name. I kept singing that very song throughout the period of my mourning, which has continued and will last for a whole year. And I said to myself that since Jephthah did not go back in his promise to God, I am not in a position to question God, since I have lost my parents that I said I will sacrifice to make sure that Biafra will come in my time. It did not come to me as a surprise when the revelation started coming that the zoo had fallen. And I said how ironic in the year that I buried my mother and my father, that the zoo shall fall. That is why I say to the whole world, that is why I say to the righteous, you must remain resolute. Anything you're asked to do, you do it. As Mazi Obiani will always say, anything I ask you to do, just do it. I am under divine instruction. Every step that we take, every verbal attack that we launch, everything within us, every path that we have chosen is designed to bring us ever closer to freedom. You must understand this. And that is exactly what we are doing. Exactly what we are doing. I knew that the death of my parents meant the coming of Biafra. And that is why I am certain that now the head of the serpent has been cut off, as in Abakiari. Asorok has collapsed completely, like a pack of cards, that not even the Communist Party of China that they invited, who are now the main rulers of Nigeria, can never put it together again. You must understand and listen very carefully this evening. I will start by saying there was a commentator on social media, his name is Ifani James. He cleverly pointed out to one of the sympathizers of this very deadly murderer, Abba Kyari. Abba Kyari is a killer. He's a murderer. He was the one that ordered Operation Python Dance 1, Python Dance 2, Python Dance 3, the invasion of my house. Crocodile smile. He was the one behind it because Buhari is dead. He was the one running the zoo. And I knew it. I told the world that Buhari is no more. This is the man in charge of Asorok. This is the man running the zoo. They went to Sudan and they brought in Jubril. They brought in Jubril, thinking they can deceive people. And I keep saying this all the time until they repent. The Yorubas, they know that Buhari is dead. Out of cowardice and fear, out of their irrational fear of Biafra, they kept supporting evil. They kept supporting evil. They see the truth and they bypass it. There are their likes in Biafra land, but we prevailed over them. Our consistency and our determination, our sacrifice made sure we prevailed over the Efulefus in Biafra land. We overcame them. But the ones in Yoruba land will never learn because they control the media. So they think they can keep deceiving people so that Tinubu can get in 2023 and it's not going to happen. They know it's not going to happen. It will never ever happen. This man said that anybody who speaks in support of Abba Kyari is either a politician, an upcoming politician, an ass-licking hypocrite. You know what he said? I would rather go back and mourn Abacha than shed any tears for the heartless de facto president. Abba Kyari was evil. More evil than Abacha. More evil than anybody who speaks any good of Abba Kyari. That person is evil. Evil beyond belief. When you stand on the side of the truth, you must remain resolutely consistent. Do not move. Do not waver. Do not change. If you're on the path of the truth as an activist, you must remain on the path of the truth. You can never, ever deviate for 1 second. Never. You're not allowed to. Abba Kyari died on the 2nd of April. We announced it. And I said that they were looking for a body double for him. They were looking for somebody to replace him. They were building masks. Instead of telling the people the truth, they were busy running around looking for where to get a mask for Abba Kyari, that they may deceive even more people. Because they have seen that we are useless. They have seen that we are hopeless. They have seen that we cannot reason. They have seen we cannot question. Why wouldn't they do as they please? Why wouldn't they do as they please? I keep going back to what I said before. Yoruba have not learned, did not learn anything from what happened to them in Ilorin. They do not know history. They don't know history at all. That history has a way of repeating itself. That is the message I want to take to my Yoruba brethren, to make them understand that their envy and their jealousy towards Biafra, that their unfounded, almost blind hatred and jealousy towards Biafra is their undoing. It will sink them. It will ruin them. I listened to a little boy speaking, and this boy was talking about those that make the economy of the zoo thick. I was perplexed with incredulity to listen to this very little boy trot out the nonsense they have always been trotting out. And he said that the economy of Nigeria is sustained by Lagos, is sustained by Ondo, and the oil from Niger Delta. And I was appalled at this blatant falsehood. And I said to myself, they have not heard about vertical drilling before, have they? They do not know that the largest gas field is in Imo State. They do not even understand that Imo and Abia are part of Niger Delta. But in order to spite Biafra, in order to belittle our gigantic contribution to the economy of the zoo, they said it is from Lagos and Ondo and somehow from Niger Delta. When a people can see the truth and decide to patronize lies. I cannot be in the same country with such people. God is my witness. Because any country they are in can never go forward. It can never progress. I am telling you the truth from heaven. It can never go forward. You see the truth and you're lying. Who are the people paying taxes in Lagos? Are they not Biafrans? Who are the people that import things into Lagos? Are they not Biafrans? Who runs the economy of the zoo? Are they not Biafrans? During the time of Abiola, they go to Abiola, everybody left Lagos. Was anything happening? During Christmas, does anything happen in Lagos without the presence of Biafran people in Lagos? I ask you. You say the truth and you lie to yourselves. The people that took a lot from you are the Fulani people, not Biafrans. So the Yoruba should find somebody else or a group of people to hate. Their duplicity. As Asorok is crumbling, the Yoruba media must be held accountable. As we are hunting for politicians, also hunt for the media, the idiots that call themselves intellectuals from Yoruba land. Idiots from top, idiots, with the exception of very few, like Paya Debanjo, those with conscience. You think if you support evil, I will support you? Are you insane? You think if you support evil, I will support you? That is impossible. I can never do it in my life. Anything I do it, God will kill me. I can't do it. All the ass-licking nonsense of Yoruba to Fulani must come to an end. If they wish to survive as a race, or I tell them it's the 18th day of April, you know anything I say comes to pass. I am telling you, you will suffer. It was on this same chair that I'm sitting now that I told the whole world. Some of you may not remember, I told the whole world that everything that Biafra was forced to endure during the war, Nigeria will experience it. People thought I was joking. This was way before Boko Haram. I said everything we went through in Biafra land, Nigeria is going to witness it. That's why it was a joke. Don't they have refugee camps now? Biafran refugee camps lasted for 2 years and 7 months. The refugee camps you have in the north is going into the south. But it's to tell that everything I say comes to pass. Everything I say must happen. When I say it, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds unbelievable. It sounds as if nobody can even understand what this man is saying. But eventually, and without fail, it comes to pass before our eyes. Are they not eating rats now all over the West? I told the world that Buhari died, not out of any spite, but to tell them the truth as to what is happening. It was Yoruba media that came out and defended the Fulani because they wanted presidency. They came out. I don't know how a race can decide to be doing something that is evil, that is bad. And nobody tells them that what they're doing is bad. Nobody ever summons the courage to tell them what you're doing is bad. Change from it or else you're doomed. They said no. They kept supporting evil until eventually, the Fulanis went into their forest and into their bushes and started killing them. Now they realized. And they formed Amoteku, which I support and still support till tomorrow morning. And I asked my Yoruba friends and my Yoruba brethren, have the Igbos ever before come to your land to kill you? Have Biafrans ever before come to your land to kill you? We go into your land and we develop it. Without us in Lagos and in all those places, your economy will die overnight. Overnight to be dead. So burning our shops in Lagos, destroying our houses, makes no meaning to us, and I'll tell you why. There's a saying where we come from. No nye Chineke gozira gozi no gozi, where it means that once you're blessed by God, there is nothing man can do. If you burn down one market, you will see 4 markets come up. You burn down one building, you will see 2 buildings. You burn down 1-story building, you will see 2-story building. You burn down 2-story building, you see 4-story building. Blessing from God, not from man. That's how these people are. That is how these Biafrans are. The whole world tried it with Israel for very many years. They kept trying. They kept trying. Eventually, Israel prevailed. That is how Biafra. Let me tell you something. There is nothing any soul can do to stop Biafra. Nothing you can do. I told the little girl, that Trump that used to work for Harry Potter, I told her that forever daring to come out to say that Jubil is Buhari, you will see your shame before your eyes. It's not happening today. When I told you that they went to Cuba, did you believe me? Did you believe me? When they were shooting their rubbish from outside the zoo, did you believe me? I told you that they were lying. Photoshop. Now, Corona, the big daddy, has come. One simple, innocuous, unseen virus have rendered. Even Buratai is on the run, on the way now, running to Niger Republic, telling you he's in Brono, he's fighting Boko Haram. Who told you that? Have you seen him on video before? That man that loves to speak, as ugly as he is, he loves to appear before a camera. Have you seen him in front of any live videos anymore? I'm asking Channels TV, have you seen him? The answer is no. Ask where is he? Yoruba will keep suppressing evil. Satanic behavior. They keep suppressing evil. Some say, oh, he's not diplomatic. Why do I need to be diplomatic when I'm telling you the truth? Do I spare my own people who are evil? Do I spare them? They must change. They must change. They must change. Abba Kyari was the mastermind of Operation Python. That's 1, 2, and 3. Abba Kyari is worse than Abacha, million times over. He is a kleptomaniac. He is a thief, as I will prove tonight. Where they steal money now, they burn down, they brought in the Chinese. And I kept asking my Yoruba media, I keep mentioning Yoruba media because they are the problem. They armed before God and man, they are the problem. Forget all the nonsense you're saying that the zoo people get away with murder is because of the duplicitous nature of Yoruba media. I keep saying it morning, noon, and night. It is the truth. You don't like it, but you know it's the truth. Abba Kyari finished all the money meant for Asorok, 13.9 billion. Abba Kyari and his family took over NMPC. Abba Kyari appointed the girlfriend. Of course, he sleeps with men. I really don't care, to be honest, who you sleep with. That is entirely your business. I'm telling you the truth. He's on the other side. Let's keep it that way. Before they send Air Force jet to come and bomb me. He appointed that little girl as a humanitarian minister. What was that girl's job before? Have you asked yourself that question? What is her resume? That is the useless place you call a country. My country, Nigeria. They are now stealing before your eyes. They steal and they burn. They steal and they burn. There is nobody more corrupt than Magu of EFCC. Magu is the person holding money for Abba Kyari. If they do not release Ojus or Carlo, if they don't release Olisa Metu, I am telling you, I will drag the zoo through the mud, and I can assure Magu that he will no longer travel abroad. They are joking with me, and they know I'm going to do it. All those people they are holding, claiming, oh, they are corruption. Oh, we are fighting corruption. We are fighting corruption. You locked up Ojus or Carlo. You locked up Olisa Metu. You locked up all the Christian politicians from the Middle Belt. But all the Muslims that have stolen money are free. And Yoruba cannot talk. Tinubu is as corrupt as Satan. Tinubu is more corrupt than Satan. He's there walking about. You're campaigning for him 2023. God will punish all of you. I said God will destroy all of you. You workers of iniquity. Who has stolen more money than Tinubu? I'm asking you, who has stolen more money than Tinubu? All of you supporting evil. That is why when a white man sees black people, he will say these people are terrible. Why are you supporting evil? I'm asking you. Why are you supporting evil? Who is more corrupt than Abba Kyari and Tinubu? His family took over NMPC. And I'm asking my fellow Biafrans from the south, from the coast, have you seen it? You see the way Fulani remote everybody. Remote. The same way that Abba Kyari was a remote control to Jubril. Is how you people are. You allow them to remote you. Oh, Igbo man is your problem. Huh? Igbo man is your problem. They'll dominate you. but they took over NNPC before your eyes. Your eyes are open, they took it. All they gave you was pipeline security guard. It's our oil. So there is no oil. So in Anambra State, so Orient Oil is fancy. So there is no oil in Ebema. So Shell that is taking oil from Ebema, they're joking. There's no oil and gas from Ohaji. So you've not heard about Okwa before. You've not heard of our mama before. I have said it many times, but Yoruba media, they pretend they don't want to hear, and tonight I'll repeat. All the oil that you're seeing, that they are lifting every blessed day, is coming from Igbo land. It's called, they drill the oil, they take the pipe up and they put it down again, because no ship can come into Olo to take the oil. Are you listening? How do you think they move oil from the deserts of Arabia to the Persian Gulf for export? I'm asking, people don't, they claim that we are sophisticated and we are reasonable with it. I'm asking you, you have oil. So let me ask you tomorrow, let's say tomorrow now they discover oil in Medjugorje. How do you think they're going to move it? Is it not through pipeline? I'm asking you. So because the only people that have oil are those that have oil very close to the sea, where you can see the ship or the tanker take the oil. That is the limit of your education. So in all your lives, nobody ever told you that Shell BP started in Owerri. Nobody has ever told you about Shell Camp in Owerri before. So nobody ever told you that oil was discovered in Imo State before Oloibri. You don't know that before? So you don't know? What is concerning the economy you want to claim Niger Delta. It's the Niger Delta and Lagos and part of Ogun State. That corridor. In broad daylight. You can do that rubbish when Ohaneze, all these idiots are there. Not with Nnamdi Kanu, not with IPOB. All that you're useless. When you lie, I lose my cloak of diplomacy. To hell with diplomacy. To hell with it. Because you must change. You must change. Abakiari is a thief. All the places they stole money, they have burnt it down. Everywhere. And the next day, the papers will not ask any question. They say, oh no, it's burnt. The files are not affected. Nobody's going to court. No police is they're not arresting anybody. Nothing is happening. And the buildings are going up in flames. Because they are destroying the evidence. They are destroying the evidence. Can't you see? Are you blind? You cannot see that the evidence are being destroyed. Can't you see it? You claim you're in one Nigeria. You claim Nigeria is your country. You cannot hold anybody to account. You cannot speak. They tell you don't gather more than 5 together. And this criminal, evil man is dead. And all of you abandoned all the protocol that you had put in place. People who would not obey the law. All they know is to make laws and to use janjaweed to enforce it. Policemen without conscience. Soldiers who cannot fight, armed combatants, but instead are busy killing civilians. That is all they do. And you wake up in the morning and they say, I'm a Nigerian. Are you not a fool? I say, are you not an idiot? Look at Asorok is empty, isn't it? All the places they have stolen money from, they have burnt it down. Inland Revenue is on fire. Central Bank on fire. INEC on fire. And some people are going about pretending all the presidency. And I keep asking them, where have you heard of that nonsense before? You can have people working under the presidency like the National Orientation, whatever, committee or all that nonsense. There is nothing called presidency. Only in the zoo, the presidency issues a statement. You watch TV every day. The Ghanaian president, the Rwandan president, the South African president, the Kenyan president. Is anything like the presidency of Ghana? I'm talking about a country that claims they have professors, so we are intellectuals. They are miscreants, intellectuals. I'm asking those moronic intellectuals, have you ever heard of the U.S. presidency before? Or is it the U.S. president and those that work for him? Or that work in the White House staff? you're celebrating somebody who is chief of staff to head of state as if he was elected into that position. Shame on all of you that say you went to school. Shame, big shame on all of you. You know nothing about government and governance. Nothing whatsoever. Watch when Biafra comes, you see how government is run. You will see accountability before your eyes. As I'm holding some coordinators that took some bags of rice and ran away, I'm going to dismiss them. It was a test, ordinary test I gave them to see how what Biafra will look like. Some coordinators ran away with the bags of rice we have supplied poor people. You think such people will be in Biafra with us? You are dreaming. Biafra will be a land of accountability. With a robust media. If you touch any pressman, anybody can say whatever they like. If you touch them, you go to jail. That is the country we want to build. And like many others, some of you may have known that this particular project of Biafra is a divine mission. You know that very well. You know Facebook tried to mess up with Radio Biafra London. We are the highest group in the whole world on Facebook. What happened? Facebook lost 3 billion in a matter of hours. You know what they did? They hurried back and they put back Radio Biafra again. Remember, the very Israeli satellite company I told you about a few weeks ago. Remember when the zoo government bought it over and terminated our contract so they can no longer carry our signals on satellite? Do you know what happened to that satellite? As soon as Nigeria bought it, the satellite disappeared in outer space. I'm sure it was Israelis that programmed it. The thing flew off into space. They lost all their money. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? Go and Google it if you doubt me. You will see that this is a divine project. As they did not kill me when they came to my house on the 14th of September, sorry. I knew that they are gone. They can never succeed. That Biafra has come. Sacrifices will be made, of course. But Biafra is here. In Nigeria, only in Nigeria, this man, this Abakiyari, that things are being done by the presidency. And I ask them, who is the presidency? If I may ask. Have you heard of the presidency of South Africa, presidency of Ghana, presidency of Rwanda, or presidency of Kenya? How about the US presidency? Rubbish. Have you heard of such nonsense before? They coined the stupid, all-encompassing name presidency to deceive all of you. So that you can no longer ask questions as to where is Buhari? It's the presidency talking. If you claim that Abakiyari is as powerful as he is, if you claim that Buhari is there and that Buhari and Abakiyari are close, how come when your chief of staff is dead, you could not come in front of the TV to say, I am sorry, I condole with the family? Because he is not Buhari. He is not. It is called logic and the laws of deduction. It is called deduction. You claim that this man is Buhari. You claim that him and Abakiyari are very close. You claim that Buhari is in Asarok, which of course we know where he is in Saudi Arabia, in a shallow grave. Why can't you come out? Instead the statement, the presidency. Which of course makes sense because the presidency actually means a group of people running the affairs of a nation. So I can understand that. Of a country, of course, because the zoo is not a nation. Now, do you understand it? Do you see how intelligent we are? I'm sure you're all shocked. Because we are Biafrans. Our intelligence comes from God, direct from our mother's womb, from the stomach. We don't need to go to school. There's no need for school. What stupid school in the zoo? No need for school. We are born intelligent by nature. That is why Biafran people are the easiest people to lead. Forget all the things you're hearing. They are difficult to lead. Oh no. They want you to convince them that what you're doing is valid. They want to see the evidence. It has to make sense to them. Biafrans don't follow you unless you make sense. Unless they can nod their head and say, oh, what he's saying makes sense. So what she is saying makes sense. They will never, not in 1 trillion years. That's how they are wired. You brought in Jubril. You think you can deceive us? You think you can deceive Biafran people? We go and ask the British. That's why they hate us. Ask them, the only people to revolt against them in the Caribbean. People were taken from Dahomey. Yorubas were taken as slaves. Biafrans were taken as slaves. Everybody went to Americas. Who were the people that led rebellion in America, in the Caribbean, in the US? I ask you again, go back to your history. Who were the people that led rebellion after rebellion? Because we believe that all men are born equal before God in heaven. All men are born equal before God. Every revolution in the West Indies from Igbo people. Every revolution. The same thing we are doing now. We don't believe in slavery. We don't. I have said this many times. We don't. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It speaks to the ignorance of people that we cannot distinguish between a presidency, which is the rule of the many, as opposed to a president, which is the rule of one man. Presidency, in actual fact, these are parastatals. You know, when you look at it, they say, like the National Orientation Agency, you say the presidency, which means the president has what is called a fiduciary oversight or oversees their function, or they report to his office. It doesn't mean there is something called presidency. If you go to the letterhead now of the National Orientation Agency or maybe the National Human Rights Commission, you will see, after you see the National Orientation Agency, underneath you see the presidency, which means where they report. It doesn't mean there's any group of people called presidency. But they deceived all of you. They deceived you. They kept saying, oh, presidency said this. Presidency said that. Instead of them to say, oh, Buhari said this or Buhari said that. They cannot, because there's a way you keep lying at a time to start to sound very ridiculous. They know that it's not Buhari. So the best thing to do is to say presidency. And you all bought the junk. That even when the man who is the de facto president of the zoo, Abba Kyari, died, you claim he was close to Buhari. Buhari could not come out to say anything. You're telling me if Buhari is alive, he will not say anything at the death of Abba Kyari? Hey! The place is not a zoo for nothing. This is a zoo for a reason. I want to teach Nigerians what they don't know about a presidential system of government. The one they claim they are practicing. A chief of staff is a political appointee that never meddles in the workings of the government. His or her job is to hire or fire the presidential staff, those that work for the president, inside the president's office alone. He is not meant to oversee ministries or receive briefs from ministers on behalf of the president. But we know it was Abba Kyari that recruited Jubril, so he has the right to see everything, isn't it? There was a very brilliant article published by The Whistler. I don't know if it's a newspaper or a magazine, I don't know, The Whistler. It's called Abba Kyari, Corrupt, Unpatriotic, His Crimes Too Numerous, written by a fellow Janjaweed. The person's name is Ahmed. Do you know what they did in Nigeria? They paid, that's what they do. Because let me tell you why Yahoo boys succeed. People wonder, sometimes they do a program in the West and they say, if you know that Nigerians are scammers, why do you always respond to their email? Do you know why they respond? Because the likes of Yahoo, the likes of Google, the likes of Facebook, the likes of Microsoft, they all receive money in bribe. They receive money, bribe money, to work for the zoo. And when they go to their country clubs, when they go to play tennis, they tell their friends, you see those useless monkeys called Nigerians? I made so much money from that, Your friend will say, how much? I made billions. They are so foolish. Remember when Trump was running and Trump said his friends make so much money from Africa? Now, when they tell the other ones, now they are now waiting for the email. Although they know that it could be a scam, when the email comes, they respond. Because their friend in the club was paid a 10-figure sum by the Nigerian government. That's why they keep following Mugu all the time. Now, are you following me? This by The Whistler, called Abba Kyari, Corrupt, Unpatriotic, His Crimes Too Numerous, by a certain Ahmed, was removed from Google. That's what they did. All those horrible speeches by Buhari the dictator, all of them were removed I said we are removed from Google. Removed from Google, I tell you. Removed, completely removed. Sanitized, cleansed. Because they take money from Asorok, including CNN, including BBC. They pay their consultants in Europe and in America are second to none. The same way they went to our consultants in Washington, D.C. Osibanjo went to my consultants in Washington, D.C. and said, oh, Nnamdi is giving us so much problems. I will double whatever he's paying you. Are you aware of that? I'm sure I've said that before. Go and ask them, they will tell you. But today, where is Osibanjo? He's nowhere to be found. Abba Kyari appoints board members. He is odd. Let me ask people, who is the secretary to the, who is the chief of staff to the Ghanaian president? Do you know him? Of course not. Let me even ask those of you who are listening, who is the chief of staff to Donald Trump, the most powerful man in the world? Do you know him? No. And you're not supposed to. It's a simple backdoor political appointment. It means that when you ask an average zoo citizen, an animal from the zoo, he's the chief of staff to the president, he's supposed to know everything. And I say, I don't blame you. You went to Ado Bayero University in Kanu, a Janjaweed university, so you know nothing. Your brain is empty. He appoints board members. That was how he took over NNPC for himself and his family. You know, petroleum is the favorite of the Fulani. They love petroleum and gas. Upstream, lower stream, middle stream, right stream and left stream. They love it so much. I'll go into that later. Let me tell you why there is chaos, katakata in Asorok right now as I preach. They know I have all their secrets, everything they're doing. When they were cremating the body of Abba Kyari, I knew about it. Forget that nonsense you saw. They say we are burying him in what cemetery? He's from Brno. Is he from Abuja? Why can't you take him to Brno then? If he's from Brno, when people die, they take them to where they come from, isn't it? Have you all forgotten? Where was Abacha buried? Or where was Yaradua buried? People, where was Tafawa Balewa buried? People get buried where they come from. Is Abba Kyari from Abuja? Have you asked yourself why they cannot go to Brno to bury him? Because he is one of the heavy financiers of Boko Haram. One of the heavy ones. If he goes there, Boko Haram will mess them up. That's why they didn't go. Do you see it? While they were planning to come and disrupt my parents' funeral, at least my parents were buried in the land of their ancestors. And the compound that contains the bones of the ancients in my lineage that I can trace back thousands of years. Abba Kyari was buried in a public cemetery in Abuja, far removed from his home of Brno. Now, who has the shame, I ask them? The same man that ordered his army to come and invade my home that led to the death of my parents. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are living, wherever you are domiciled, all great men and women of good conscience, those who wish to be liberated, those who enjoy seeing other people being liberated, we welcome you to a live presentation of our global address this very evening. The forces of darkness are quaking. Those quarantined in Asorok, they are vibrating with fear and trepidation. They thought this very broadcast will not come, but Elohim gave instructions that I must sit behind this microphone and preach the gospel of heaven. That darkness may flee and light will come in. That is what we are doing this evening. They tried all they could to frustrate. They did all within their powers to try to turn back the hands of time. But Elohim mandated that his gospel must be preached, that all men and women may bear witness that at this age, at this very time, those who we are chosen, this very IPOB, did the will of God in heaven, and men were set free. That is why we must preach this gospel this evening. It is a live presentation. I repeat, we are live and we are direct, and the entirety of humanity is bearing us witness. Earlier this evening, we came live on air. The forces of darkness and of iniquity attempted to prevail. We did all we could to bring you this very gospel, but they were very adamant. And upon reflection, Elohim said that he has cleared the path for us. That on this very day, the 6th day of May, in the year that only him made, 2020, and with the time now standing at approximately 8 minutes to 9 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, that we must enlighten humanity. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are live and we are direct. Tell your friends and your family. Share the link if you have it. As I am talking to you via a multitude of platforms, ostensibly my Facebook page, that they say that I will not broadcast. They said this evening that I will not preach the gospel of heaven on my Facebook page. But I'm telling them that we are preaching that very gospel, that mankind is listening. We are on Radio Biafra app, we are on satellite, we are on FM, we are on TuneIn, we are on Country Radio, we are on Simple Radio. If you search for Radio Biafra live this very evening, you will listen to us. And I know that those that kept faith, the hardest of the hardcore themselves, will be awake and waiting all over the world, all over this planet, regardless of the disjointed timing of our presentation this evening. They are listening. And Agamalazuni, because this gospel must be preached tonight, that the zoo may collapse, never to rise again. You will bring your pen and paper with you. If you are where people are struggling to listen, please amplify the volume of your device and get them to listen. Gather people around you that they may partake in this very offering, this very evening. For some of us, it's our morning. For some, it is our afternoon. For some, it is our night. Therefore, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. I know that for those in Australia, it is their 7th day of May. for those in the farthest reaches of the western coast of the USA. I believe they are still on the early morning of the 6th of May. I must preach this very gospel. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And by the singular grace of the Most High Elohim, I will serve the people of Biafra until the end of time. So help me God. We must pray. We must pray because Elohim said that we must do so. With total submission and reverence to the will of God Almighty in heaven, who determined that we must come. We have not come out of any strength of ours. We have not come because we possess extraordinary knowledge, but we are chosen to come because our hearts and our minds are pure. I will pray in the language of heaven that Elohim and all those that surround his throne of grace in heaven may rejoice. As we pray, so also are the angels dancing before the throne of the Most High. Chineke nna nke na-adị ngozi ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. Onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-erubere isi. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-enye anụ ufe nke igwe nni. Eze ebube dị ngozi ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi. Onye ihe niile o kere eke na-akpọ isi ala nye. Anyanwụ n'ọnwa na kpakpando na-eti mkpu sị na ịbụ Chineke nna. O nweghị ihe ọ bụla bụ ihe eji atụnyere gị. N'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana o nweghị onye kere gị. Na ịdị nsọ Chineke nna nke igwe. Nsọ ka ịdị onye ike eluigwe maka elu ụwa. Anyị etụghị Elohim Adonai El Shaddai. Chineke nna nke igwe bikonu. Onye na-eme mma bikonu, nwanne otu onye bikonu. Ọ bụ njem ịdịnyere ndị gị ka anyị na-aga n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu asụghị ngọngọ. Ekwensu wee kunie, ọchịchịrị wee bilie n'uhuruchi a. Si na anaghị agbasa ozi ọma gị na nke bere dị ngọzi. Iwe si na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Iwe gosi anyị ịma mma gị na ebere gị n'ime ndụ anyị. Iwe si anyị gbasa ozi ọma Chineke nna. Na ọ bụghị onwe gị bụ onye dị n'anya ozi. Na IPOB ga-adịrịrị. Na Biafra ga-abịa na ndụ na-abụghị n'ọnwụ. Chineke nna eze ebube dị ngọzi biko nụrụ ekpere ụmụ ogbenye. Ma mere anyị ebere. Zọpụta anyị n'aka ajọ ihe. Anyị na-ewere atamahụhụ niile nke ụmụ gị na-agabiga n'ụwa niile wee chee n'iru ya eze ebube dị ngọzi ka iwe lekwa ala nsọ Biafra wee kpuchigide ya. Ka iwe nye ndị mmụọ ozi gị iwu. Ka iwe nye ha iwu nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Na nrịanrịa niile dị iche iche. Atamahụhụ niile dị iche iche. Ka ọ hafụ ịbata ala nsọ Igbo Biafra nyewu na Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe biko mere anyị ebere. Mere anyị ebere. Lekwa obodo ekwensu bụ zuu ma laa ya n'iyi. Were eziokwu gị nna nke ebere wee memila ndị ọjọọ. N'ihi na ihe ọjọọ ga-akpalaga n'abalị ya. Ihe a niile nke ha na-eso eso nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka anyị ga-ekpughe ka ụwa niile wee nụ ya. Onye ime eluigwe eze ndị eze. Anyị wee were njem niile nke anyị na-aga wee nyefee na ọbadara aka nsọ nke gị nna nke igwe. Ka i wee duo anyị n'ụzọ ije n'ihi na dịka ụmụaka bụ ndị na-asa n'afọ sọsọ. Chineke nna nke ebere biko nara otuto, nara nsọpụrụ, nara ịja mma Chineke nna. Nara mbuli elu site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise, ise, ise. If you don't have your pen and paper, then you are doing yourself a disservice. Darkness will try all it can to frustrate our effort. But we can assure them that we are relentless and we are resolute, we are determined, and the strangulation of the damnable zoological republic is inevitable. That is why we preach this very gospel. We start this very evening by reminding the whole world what we have reduced the zoo to. So that those who may doubt our tenacity, those that doubt our determination, may be able to have a rethink. Because we are resolute. I said we are not going to flinch. We are not going to retrace our steps, not 1 inch. The only thing we know to do is to go forward, and that is exactly what we are doing this evening. When we started, a lot of them gave us all sorts of names. A lot of them thought that we were joking. They thought we would not last this long. They questioned our modus operandi. They wondered how this very generation can accomplish something that the great Ojukwu did not. And we said to them that Elohim is with us. We do not worship any mortal flesh. We do not worship any graven image. We said to them, those who may have gone before us may have allowed their attention or their spirituality to be deflected away from that which is important, the worship of the Almighty Creator in heaven. Because we worship Elohim and Elohim alone, that is why Biafra will come in our time. That is the big difference. This is what we have done to the zoo. And I want you to listen.
Google, which country is called zoo?
Nigeria. According to the nation, the zoo called Nigeria.
Did you hear that? That is what we have done to the Zoological Republic. We called Nigeria a zoo. And today, all over the world, they are a laughing stock. Everybody is laughing at them. People have seen them not just because we christened them a zoo. They behave like wild beasts. And that is why Google acknowledged it. I will play it one more time that the world may hear. There are many versions in many languages all over the world. But this was the very person who discovered, who made this very miraculous discovery that indeed Nigeria is a zoo, as we named it. I will play it once again that the world may hear. That the world may hear.
Google, which country is called zoo?
Nigeria. According to the nation, the zoo called Nigeria.
I am sure that all of us got that very information. We called Nigeria a zoo, and the name stuck all over the whole world. Now Nigeria is seen as a zoo. When we came, they labeled us all manner of names. Today they are confused. They no longer know what to call us. They thought we are like Bendel. We are like Niger Delta. We are like Delta. We are like South. We are like South. We said to them, no, we are Biafrans. And you people are zoo animals. And today, the whole world over, they know Nigeria as a zoo. That is potency. That is formidability. That is consistency. That is how we roll. That is the way we operate. Anything we set ourselves to do by the grace of heaven, we accomplish it. Nigeria is indeed a zoo. It is everywhere. I want it shared and tweeted all over the world that they may know that these people, they called all sorts of names. Of course, I'm a very proud miscreant. I say that all the time. There was no name under the sun abominable they did not tag us. But today the world knows them as the zoo. That Nigeria is a zoo. Why is it a zoo? We are going to explain. Line by line. This very gospel they didn't want you to hear. Tonight they are going to hear it. We start from home. We start from home, charity begins at home to sweep away all the cobwebs. Our in-depth analysis this evening will start by, first of all, considering and looking at the scale of insult and humiliation those idiots that call themselves Ohanese youths has heaped on all of us. All of us that survived the Holocaust, all of us that survived the starvation, all of us that survived the organized massacre of innocent people. I was a survivor myself. I was born in 1967. I survived the starvation. What should I say my parents did? A lot died in that very process. And that was why I posted the clip on my page on Facebook, which for some reason Facebook decided to suppress. They did not want it to be circulated all over the world. But they are mistaken. We are also on Twitter. And it is trending on Twitter all over the place. People are horrified and they are shocked as to what go on and that Willow did. That after killing over 5 million people, some people had the guts in our land to give chieftaincy title to go on. Some people had the guts in our land to make reference to a mass murderer, to make reference to a killer that killed their own people. Some of these kids were not born during this period. They weren't born. But in desperation to attract attention so that they may be remunerated, that they may leverage that very attention for their own personal gain and aggrandizement. They now believe anything goes. If Roger Sokorocha can go to the north and mess up himself and come back a billionaire, if all of them that are now serving the Janjaweed in the north can go there and mess up themselves and come back as billionaires, the likes of Emeka, therefore we can do anything to tarnish the image of the dead, that we may also become millionaires tomorrow. That was what Okechukwu Isimbuzoro did and his Ohanese youth. And there is a very serious order on him. Wherever you see him, we will tell him how angry we are, how upset and revolted we are towards Gowon and all those that participated in the atrocious genocidal massacre of the innocent. Over 2 million children dead, over 3 million adults dead, and somebody feels that because they need to make money, because they need to endear themselves to the north, that they can deprecate, that they can insult the memory of the dead. It cannot happen, not in our time. And from today onwards, anybody, regardless of who you are, and you claim you're a Biafran, and you insult Biafra, or the memory of the dead, over 5 million, we will come after you. I'm announcing it so that the world may hear. They want to befriend Gowon. It's just like somebody, a Jew in Israel, trying to befriend the Nazi party and Adolf Hitler. Unbeknown to these idiots looking for money from the north, Gowon is listed as one of the all-time mass murderers. Go and Google it. Go to Google and you put in mass murderers in modern history. Gowon is, I think, is number 8 or number 9. Number 3 or number 4. Of the worst mass murderers on earth. The idiot is going about telling you he's doing prayer service, telling you he's doing prayer and fasting for Nigeria. And God will punish him. And God is punishing his people. That is why they are suffering under the burden and yoke of Alemajire Fulani Janjaweedism. That's why they are suffering. All these idiots. Because there is a saying where we come from. When a mother goat is eating yam, the baby goat will be looking at the mouth of the mother goat to see how the mother goat is chewing the yam. And one day, the baby goat will learn also how to eat yam. This is the nonsense Ohaneze brought. This is the culture. This is the culture of lies and how can I put it? And self-condemnation in search of money. This is what Ohaneze Ndibo, Ohaneze Atoro, Ohaneze Ewu Nanam, Ohaneze Okuko. This was the nonsense they brought. You can do anything and get away with it. You can rubbish your people. You can sell them anyhow you like. And nobody will complain. That was why I posted the video on my wall. So that when these idiots, Ohaneze, both old and young, when those old fools, when those idiots that claim they're educated but they're so hopeless, when they open their mouth and say that go on is respectable, you know how foolish they are. That was why I posted. This is the month we remember those that died, that we may live. That was why I posted it. What concerns them is presidency, not the survival of their people. Not how are we going to survive? How do we get the janjaweed from blowing up our businesses all over the place, setting fire to it? How do we stop the terrorists who are now camped in Mbise and we are meant to pay them 8 million naira for being in Mbise? How do we get back Ubunochi? How do we get back Lord Panta? That is gone. All that concerns them is how they can appear amenable to the people that killed their fathers, starved them, how they can form alliance with them. Now you understand our anger, don't you? That was why I said Ohaneze, both old and young, can never meet in public. Any day they dare us and they meet in public, anything they see, they will take it. They are moribund, they are banned, they are proscribed. They can issue as many stupid, irrelevant press statements as possible. Insofar as we are concerned, Ohaneze is dead. Dead. Until we catch them outside. These are the idiots you trained. The idiots you trained are going to the north begging somebody that killed their parents, somebody that starved their relatives, to come and help them to look for a presidential candidate. All of you will rot in hell. Put Ohaneze old and Ohaneze young and let God say, oh my goodness, any day Ikechukwu is caught, then he will know how upset we are. He will know how to mourn over 5 million people. There was no panel of inquiry anywhere. Gowon has never apologized. No one has done anything at all to assuage the spirit of the dead. Every blessed day, what we hear is make Nigeria one. May God punish all of you. Talking about one Nigeria. God will punish you and punish your children and punish your children's children. You people are evil. You people are evil. You are evil. All of you. You know, Ohaneze, both old and young, you are evil. Go on and Awolowo, that some people still revere as a nationalist. I don't want to say Yoruba, I have nothing against Yoruba people. From today onwards, I will only go after individuals that have done something wrong. I will not use general characterization on a race, lest I be misunderstood. I am not against you. I have my own, I have nieces and nephews who are Yoruba. I am not against them. They are my blood and they are my relatives. I can never be. As you know, blood is thicker than water. And I cannot deny their Yoruba heritage. I can never do that. But those of them who are wrong, those of them that did us wrong within Yoruba land, within Fulani, if within TV, within our own land itself, Biafra land, BU Igbo, BU Ibibio, BU Efik, if you just pray, we don't remember you. That's all I can say. Awolowo was an accomplice to mass murder and must not be celebrated or venerated. Can never ever be celebrated. Anybody, if you're from Yoruba, I don't care where you come from, any day you write anything, a glowing tribute to Awolowo, I will come after you. Awolowo was a mass murderer. Understand it very well. All those planning to campaign, saying, oh, we are part of our is a legacy. Any day you mention it, we will finish you. I'm telling you the truth. Because your Awolowo, your nationalist, was a mass murderer. Connived with Gowon. Connived with Gowon to starve and to kill over 5 million people. It is an unpardonable crime before God in heaven and man on earth. And we can never ever forgive. If you want to know what drives our rage and our anger, I suggest you go and watch that video. Watch it all. If you watch that video and you're able to sleep, snore, and dream at night, then you know you're sick in the brain. That is the gospel that I want me to preach. And this gospel I must preach tonight. Even if I end up losing my voice for days, I will preach it. Let heaven bear me witness. Over 5 billion people killed. And who killed them? Gowon and Awolowo. And somebody is telling me they're inviting Gowon to help them to choose. Oh, Chineke. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Luckily for them, the Ohanese senior, they have come out to say, we never asked anybody, we never sent anybody, we never requested anybody from anywhere to do anything for us. Igbo presidency, we didn't appoint Gowon to negotiate on our behalf. And let me tell you what got me really, really upset. It is not that they did not do very well in order to basically distance themselves from the idiots, from the little boys who were looking for money from Janjaweed. The money they're asking for actually came from their land. That is the funniest thing about it. It's like somebody saying they're from Niger Delta, and every blessed day you are crying, you have nothing. The same water you bathe in, and you go and you go to toilet in, is where you fetch water to drink. And then, and then you are doing pipeline security guard for a company that belongs to the Sultan of Sokoto. And you're telling me that you're normal. You're telling me that your brains are okay. You're telling me somehow you're a human being. Somehow you deserve respect and honor. These same idiots running to the north looking for where to pull down their boxer shorts and get sodomized and get money. To be talking rubbish. Rubbish. And not only them, any journalist, any newspaper from today onwards that carries this type of nonsense will be in trouble. I'm telling you the truth. This rubbish is too much. Over 5 million dead and you're insulting them. Every blessed day, any idiot can come out and say whatever rubbish he or she likes about Biafra and gets away with it. And gets rewarded with a contract from the north. And I'm saying today is the 6th of May with the time now at 19 minutes past 9 p.m. in the evening. Try it again and you will see what will happen to you. I said, before we came on this journey, we are dead already. We are dead already in terms of we will pursue this to its logical conclusion. And the more the zoo delays, the more Nigeria delays to give us our referendum or to ask us to go, the more it will drag everybody down with it. Every idiot will go down with the zoo. Apex Igbo Cultural Organization and SND Igbo has denied the allegation. It appointed a former head of state. Let me tell you what got me upset. I will tell you what got me seriously upset about these people. It was the way that he referred to Gowon. I want to go to the direct quote. Where's the direct quote? Where is it again? To lead, not here. Not here. There was a place there was a way he referred to go on that got me upset. I think he referred to him as the distinguished head of state. What utter garbage, what utter rubbish. Distinguished where? Killed over 5 million of your people. Mossad in Israel is still hunting down those that killed the Jews in Europe till tomorrow morning. It doesn't matter if you're 99 years old. It doesn't matter if you're over 100 years old. Once you are found, once there is a credible evidence linking you to the Holocaust, to the nightmare in Europe under Hitler, you will be taken by Mossad. That upcoming generations may learn from it. Now you understand, don't you? Why we must defend the memory of the dead. Before we came, 30th of May was nothing. Since we came, we honored those that fought for us. That is why IPOB is without equal in the whole world. The largest freedom fighting, the largest mass movement on this earth is IPOB. Bar none. It's a shame coronavirus is going to stop us from showing that on the 20th of next month in Washington. But we'll do that. We are going to still march in Washington to let the world know how great and how formidable that Biafra is. That is something that people must understand. It is something that you must understand. You have created a monster, a monstrosity in the zoo. Monstrosity. I warned live on air only 5 weeks ago, do not. That is why they love money so much. Every idiot is after money. There's a report that even those that make laws for them took money from somebody seeking to depopulate them. And that is why every idiot, every child, everybody, they are all after how they can make quick money. And that is why they're so poor, so wretched, and so useless. Bill Gates that wants 200 million people from Africa dead. Bill Gates went to your so-called House of Reps. Those that you are disturbing us for PVC for. You said, oh, where is your PVC? Those people that you are writing rubbish as a useless Facebook intellectual, they are the ones that have gone behind everybody's back to go and cut a deal with the big pharmaceutical companies in the USA and in Europe to experiment with your children, to give you coronavirus. I said it live on air to the hearing of the whole world 5 weeks ago. I said, and I quote, mark the rate of mortality now, which is the number of people who are dying from COVID-19. And then watch what is going to happen as soon as the Chinese come in. I told you live on air. And what happened? I ask you once again, what happened? And you know the funniest thing. The people, I don't understand. Chineke, I don't know how people reason. I have no idea. Somebody, you are in your house, and you heard that there is this stranger. Anywhere he goes into, people die. Listen carefully to the analogy. And the stranger was on his own, this angel of death. You went and you paid him money and said, oh, please come into my family and see how many people you can kill. That was what they did. Because I told you, as soon as the Chinese come in, you are going to die. I told you that live on air. Go and dig out the broadcast, you will hear it. I said, if you invite the Chinese, you are going to die. As soon as the Chinese came with their new software, which we know, to bamboozle people about Jubril and Buhari. I have the software, the one they brought in. Of course, we have everything. They'll be shocked how we got it, but we have it. How they make you believe that Jubril is Buhari, we have everything. As soon as the Chinese came with their vaccine, people started dying in Kanu. And nobody in the whole country of the claim 200 million people, nobody has ever stood up one day in in any of their so-called mainstream media channels to actually say to themselves, we are not dying like this, so it was only when the Chinese came. Nobody is asking that question. Every country in the world is trying to trace the origin or the cause of their high mortality rates. People are asking questions. Here you have people. They studied in Harvard, in Cambridge, in Oxford, in Princeton. They went to Yale. They went to MIT. And your common sense cannot tell you that people were not dying until the Chinese came. Your common sense cannot tell you that. And that is why somebody said that Africa will be colonized again. This time by a more wicked and a more brutal force. And it is happening before our eyes. And you know the funniest thing? Everywhere in the world, people vote for senators and House of Reps to go and represent them. But this one, you people have ignorantly voted in people. Not only do they hate you, not only have they mortgaged your future and that of your children, they are fed up of you and they have gone to China to go and bring death. They are not satisfied that the number of people who are dying, they are not happy. They are now bringing in vaccine. The same vaccine that is untried, untested. Whose vaccine are they bringing in? The vaccine from the same people that predicted the virus, the same people that told you that they want your population cut down, the same people that want you dead, the same Pfizer that came. Some of you don't know about Pfizer, but I will tell you tonight, the same Pfizer that came, the big pharmaceutical company that came and used people in the north to do experiments. That is why people are walking like goats with 2 hands and 2 legs. They are on all fours on the ground. You learn nothing. You learn nothing. Your brain doesn't tell you anything. You wake up in the morning and you say to your useless self, I'm a Nigerian, and the day starts. And at the end of the day, you say, I'm a Nigerian. That is how useless your lives are. And meanwhile, those that you struggled for, those that you snatched ballot boxes for, those that you got PVC for, they are there selling you kobo, afu. Go and look for the meaning of afu. They will tell you. These are the idiots that some fools were telling us, don't get your PVC, you must vote for them. Have you seen what they are doing? A senator came out and said that Nigeria's population is too much. Can you believe such nonsense? And I want to ask that senator, and it's Ben Bruce, I want to ask him, why don't you start by committing suicide, all of you, all of your family, to reduce population? Osibajo said the same thing before COVID-19 got him. Only heaven knows where they're hiding him now. He said the same thing. I think our population is the problem. If it is the problem, then you divide the damn zoo, divide it into 4, into 5, into 6, if you feel that the population is too much. What do they know? Bill Gates gave them money so they can pass the law quickly, immediately. So pass the law. Let's vaccinate. And I'm asking them, the stupid people in the zoo cannot ask, but where is this vaccine coming from? Bill Gates, you're an American. And the Chinese engineers that they brought in, you're from China. In your country, in China, are they vaccinating people? The answer is no. Please, Mr. Gates, with all due respect, in your country, in the USA, are they vaccinating people? No. Where then are you getting the vaccine from you want to inject Nigerians? Come on, simple question. So simple is untrue. The so-called intellectuals that went to Harvard, that went to Princeton, that went to Cambridge, they cannot ask. Do you see the mess people are in the zoo? Do you see how they have turned the brain of people upside down to the extent whereby for people to reason is almost impossible? Reasoning. For an average Nigerian to sit down and to reason, to ask a simple question, how many people were dying before the Chinese came? Today, how many people are dying? And above all, who brought them in? Who took them from the airport? Who asked them to come? None of these questions are, all they're interested in is 2023. Who is going to be president? And you want to tell me, Nnamdi Kanu, I want to belong to the same country with such idiots? You must be dreaming. Bill Gates offered House of Reps 10 million bribe for speedy passage of compulsory vaccine. Compulsory vaccine. Even the idiots passing the bill, they don't know where they made the vaccine. They have no idea. But because it's from a white man, why don't you take vaccine? They took bribe. All the money they have stolen is not enough. But because nobody is buying the oil, the only loot now available is the re-looting of Abacha loot. We'll get to that later. That's the industry now moving. Find where Abacha money is. Before it gets to the zoo, they have torn it to pieces. They have wired it into their own private accounts. That's what they're doing. Who doesn't know that? Who doesn't know only if you're pretending you're a fool, you don't know. All you care about is the turn of Tinubu. Let's try you and see if Jagaban can get it in 2023. That is what matters to them. And you want me to regard as a human being, and you're wondering why Nigeria is a zoo. Your character and your behavior is that of an animal, and you're living in a zoo. That is why your own House of Reps will collect bribe from Bill Gates that wants to reduce your population in order to pass a law of death, so that you people can die. And you're telling me you're a Nigerian and you're proud. Hey, a very big shame on all of you. A very massive, massive, massive shame. It is really, really sad. Very, very regrettable that this is what is happening in a place that once claimed that they are the giant of Africa. Now listen very carefully to this. Who invited the Chinese? All of you are looking sheepishly. Ask anybody, question anytime, any day. Who actually invited this Chinese that brought this yellow vaccine that spread coronavirus in Kanu? It was the Chinese that spread coronavirus in Kanu. Don't you know that? Because here, we speak that truth that so all of you are afraid of speaking. I will say it. I will preach it. That truth that all of you are scared of preaching, I will say it live on air to the hearing of the whole world. Nothing that will happen tomorrow, let it happen today. How many people, or should I say, how many recorded deaths were there before the Chinese came? What is the death toll now that the Chinese are there? And how come there is no other African country invited the Chinese, and no other African country is dying at the rate at which you are dying in the north, in the zoo? Because I care about ordinary people. I don't care about the criminals. Forget all the lies they tell you that, oh, they hate you. Nnamdi Kanu hates every Fulani. It's a lie, and they know it's a lie. I hate those who are responsible for the misrule. I hate those who are evil. I hate those who are wicked. Who is responsible? And what is the strategy for dispersing Al-Majri to other parts of the zoo? Now listen very carefully to this. This is something that some people don't know. They don't think about it. They don't reason it through. All these years of existence of the zoo called Nigeria, all the years of existence of Nigeria, it is only now that they have gone to Kanu, infected the people, because of course they have very low hygiene level, infected them. It's only now that somebody in his infinite wisdom, Gandrija, have now decided with the Al-Majris in the north to say, let us share this COVID-19 to everywhere. Look at the gifts they're giving to you. Oh, you must take them. They are now going to Oshun. They are in Ondo. They are in Delta. They are in Abia. They are in Enugu. They are in Ebonyi already. They are in Imo. They are in Anambra. So, as you are pumping your oil and gas to the north, making them feel good, they have built Abuja, they are sharing their palliative COVID-19, sharing trader money everywhere. Some get 20,000 a month, some get 5,000 a month. The only thing they can give to you in return are diseased Al-Majri to come kill you. And you're one Nigeria. Tomorrow morning you will go on Facebook. Tomorrow morning you will go somewhere, you'll be writing rubbish. Oh, my Nigeria, my Nigeria. The only thing they can export from the north is coronavirus. being carried by Alamajiri. They want all of you dead. If you don't know, let me tell you. These are our leaders. You're insulting our elders. Do you see those I'm insulting? Tell me how a politician can wake up in the morning and decide to charter a luxurious bus and back Alamajiri with coronavirus disease and send to Abia State. I was even surprised when I heard that Okezi Bazo is going to stand to say no, that they cannot come in. That was when I knew that there was no confirmation that there is no Buhari or Jubilee leader. The person you're saying that is just wearing a mask. I will reveal all to you tonight. If you have what it takes to be able to understand what is happening in the zoo. For Okezi Bazo to actually come out and say no for the first time as a governor. To say no to the North. Hey, that means Aso Rock is empty now. Don't you know? If Aso Rock is not empty, do you think that Mika will do what he's doing? I told you before, how many weeks ago did I tell you, you will no longer hear from Buratai? Do you remember me telling you that? Do you remember when I told you that he's going to Niger? I told you, you will no longer hear from him. Has he not disappeared? Everything I tell you is the truth. Absolute truth. The very gospel from heaven itself. Without any legislative backing to their illegality, World Health Organization, China, in collaboration with Bill Gates, have started their illegal vaccination in the North. And that is why they are being infected. And as they infect them, they load them into a lorry and they are shipping them to states. That is one yellow man that will come out on TV speaking grammar. We need to lock down. We are going to test 2 million people. I'm looking at his face. I don't know his name. One or torture like that. He will come out on the TV talking rubbish. These are the idiots you voted into power. Ask yourself, which other African country is dying the way you're dying in Nigeria? Which other African country is infected the way you're infected in the zoo? Which other country is so useless enough to ask the Chinese to come in? It's only you, zoo. And you wonder why you're called a zoo. You wonder why you're called a zoo. How can World Health Organization start their trial in Nigeria? How? I'm asking you. The reason why I'm concerned, because I know some idiots will be saying, oh, what is talking about? I'm talking because there are Biafrans everywhere, scattered all over the zoo. Everywhere in the zoo, they're there. World Health Organization, according to a headline in the Sun newspaper, is going to commence trials in Nigeria. Why don't you start in California? Because in California, they've told them, if you bring that syringe here, we'll take it from you, we'll inject you. And they all run away. They are looking for the very useless Africa. As always, hopeless Africa, with Africans inside it. Useless and crap, let me put it that way. It's you that is good for experiment. Before I came on air, I saw a clip of what is happening in Taiwan. I remember in those days, if they tell you that something is made in Taiwan, you'll be laughing. You wouldn't want to touch that thing with a barge pole. Taiwan only recorded, I think, about, 8 deaths or so from coronavirus. Very disciplined. Taiwan never invited China to come in. But there you were. Others were complaining about coronavirus. There was no case of corona in the zoo. But because you people were raised to make money by all means, to do anything to make money, that was why you decided those, since Buratai and some Janjaweed are making money through Boko Haram terrorism, this is another opportunity for us to make money. The same way they made money during the HIV AIDS nonsense. The same way they made money. They have come again now to make money with coronavirus. And how do they make that money? By making sure that as many of you as possible are infected. That's what they're doing. And they have succeeded. Now they're giving you Alamajiri. The next thing they will do is, once you say Alamajiri will not come in with their coronavirus, they will send the nearest DPO. When DPO fails, they will send the nearest army division. Go and make sure that they get in. and the army officer will come with their guns blazing. Everybody will run away. Alemajiri will go into Aba. Alemajiri will go into Obibo. Alemajiri will go into Umuahia. And that will be that's the end of it. Then you will understand. The only thing protect. Some of you should ask yourself, why is it that Biafra has been shielded all this while? It is because of the prayers. Because Elohim knows that Biafra is the light of Africa. That is why we've been shielded from all this corona nonsense. But out of our cowardice and stuff, of course, if you have idiots like Ohanes and Datro and Dushu, why won't they come? It's only Wike who is fighting. And somehow, surprise, okay, see, everybody rising up to say something. For the first time, others are there eyeing 2023. And your people are dying. And you claim you're a leader. You claim you're an elder. And you claim you have conscience. We must live with the virus until we halt the spread. They have no scientific basis for making their claims. This useless NCDC is just to make money. Nobody is in charge in Nigeria. There is nobody in Asarok. It is empty. When we play the interview, I'm sure some of you have seen it many times. The interview of Femi Adesina. Look at his eyes. Get any psychologist, look at his body language and eyes. That will tell you that they are uncomfortable. That will tell you that the zoo is gone, completely gone. There is nobody in Asarok. Not even Jubril. He is not even there. I will tell you the technology that they're using. Mad people everywhere. They think they can trick us. They think they can deceive us. But they are joking. When they say they are commencing trial, unbeknown to people, they have started to inject people with this nonsense, and that is why people are being infected in the north. And I pray to Elohim, and I'm asking the Janjaweed in the north, those who pray to God to pray, those who call Allah to call Allah, because things are going to happen in the north, that any ear that hears it will vibrate forever and ever. People are going to die in the north. Write today's date down. The time now is 21:42, which is 18 minutes to 10 p.m. in the night. The date is 6th of May. People are going to die in the north. They will fall like flies. And that is the same thing that I told them. You see that 5 million you killed in Biafra land during the war. You see that refugee camps we had. You see that starvation we suffered. Everything that happened in Biafra is going to happen to the rest of Nigeria. Everything. Only then will you know that Elohim, my God in heaven, is with Biafra. Then you will know. Then you will know. Because right now, you do not know. They say they have commenced. These are the people, these are the politicians you voted for. Defend your vote. Democratic dispensation. You have seen it. They are now dispensing death. You are in this dispensation. They are now dispensing death. After dispensing hunger and poverty. After dispensing low quality, useless education. After dispensing no running water. After dispensing bad roads. Now they are dispensing death. Because you people have refused to die. You don't have good roads. You don't have water, no electricity. Heat, mosquito cannot kill you. No, a typhoid cannot kill you. Now they brought in the big daddy, the Chinese. Let them come and kill all of you. And you're dying. And you're not asking questions. And every day you're dying. And those that refuse to die, like Biafrans, they send us Alemajiri. Diseased Alemajiri to come and infect us. Meanwhile, some idiots are in Mbise, destroying crops and livelihood. And Hope Uzodinma is asking us to pay them compensation of 8 million. He is a drunkard. He is mad. We shall get to the idiot later on. Absolutely mad. Let Corona finish. As the zoo is collapsing, so is his regime in Imo State. He is gone. He's gone. He's gone. He knows it. He's a thief. Look at the idiot Alemajiri installed to have the temerity to go to Mbise. Tell Mbise people in America to give you money to pay Alemajiri. How many markets have been burnt in the north? Who paid us compensation? When they went to Madala, Catholic Church, St. Michael's, and blew it up in 2011, who paid us compensation? All our businesses being destroyed in the north might have seen the riots. Who paid us compensation? I'm asking you, Yetiala. Who paid compensation? I'm asking you. Mad people with your cow brain. You came to me and said, we are going to pay them. Thunderfire you and 8 million. Mad people. Let me see who is going to pay. Any idiot that pays that money in Nimbi, so you pack your things and go to the north and stay with them there. Useless people. Who is going to pay us for all the damages you have caused in Sabongeri, in Kanu? All the businesses you burnt in Zaria? All the ones you destroyed in Abuja? Who is going to pay the compensation? Who is going to pay? All the rape and all the mayhem you have caused. Who is going to pay? They think we are as stupid as they are. Why will they not experiment with you? I'm asking Nigeria. Those of you who are listening, those who are Nigerians, those that claim that they are Nigerians, I'm asking you tonight, why won't they experiment with you? You are a specimen, you are an animal in a zoo, and when scientists look for somebody or something to experiment with, they go to the cage and they pick out one rabbit or one guinea pig and experiment, and that's what they're doing in Kanu. They can go to any part of Kanu and pick out one child, one animal, and experiment with. Because you have no conscience and you have no soul. The basis, the moral basis upon which Nigeria claim to have been founded does not exist. There is no morality in Nigeria. All you have is wickedness and evil. And the more you allow this wickedness and evil to fester, the more they multiply and the more they consume you. All your years of impotency, your years of foolishness, all these decades of stupidity, have you seen the combination of it? It has now culminated into a time when you are now being picked off as laboratory rabbits to be experimented upon by World Health Organization, by Chinese scientists, by those working for Bill Gates, that even your own lawmakers, hey, Aaron, even your own lawmakers are joining those that want you dead. Who doesn't know that Bill Gates wants to reduce the population of Africa? Who doesn't know? Even those you claim are your elite, village people are asking elite. They are conspiring to kill you, and now you're dying. You will see what will happen in the coming days. Only if they go to, excuse me, only if they go to Madagascar and bring something or use the one that Professor Maurice Iwu actually invented. And that's the only thing that will save them. Or else they're going down, all of them. They're going down. I took a sip of water. Something that Jubril and the mask-wearing clown in Asoro cannot do. They can't do it. No live interview. Hey, your shame is shaming me, Nigeria. Your shame is shaming me. You have no shame as a Nigerian. If people are dying in your country, disease people being spread all over the place. And all you can do is to sit down somewhere and shout, one Nigeria. Today, once again, as I told them before, that they're experimenting with you because you have no head of state, you have no politician who actually loves you. There is no politician in Nigeria that loves you. Of course, apart from Nnamdi. The rest do not. And now that Dino Malaye has actually repented, now he knows that they've been stealing and thieving all these years. At least he's confessed. He had the presence of mind to come. I told you before live on air, and some of you smirked, some of you laughed at your own ignorance and not me. Today, as I've always known, events have proven once again that I'm right. That Buhari is dead, buried in Saudi Arabia. They contracted Jubril al-Sudani. He himself is missing. And do you know the funniest thing? The funniest thing is that Femi Adesina himself confirmed it. Go and watch that very interview. You will see that Femi Adesina himself actually confirmed it. And as I said, and allow me to repeat, they are photoshopping their way to jail. And that jail includes Aisha Buhari. That jail includes Maman Dawara. That jail includes Ismaila Funtua. That very jail includes, what's his name again? Lawal Daura. That jail includes Femi Adesina. That jail includes John Momo, the owner of Channels TV. He will go to prison. All of you that knew about the death of Buhari, concealed it, concocted this largest fraud of the century. All of you are going to prison. You cannot hide it. It is like pregnancy. You cannot hide pregnancy. You can never ever hide pregnancy. The same thing is not happening in the zoo. The same thing is happening in the zoo. Aisha will go to prison. Aisha will go to jail. Aisha Buhari will go to jail. Do you know why she will go to jail? They were part of the people that thought you can use Photoshop to run a country. You can use deep fake video. It's called deep fake. That's what it's called. Deep fake live video and run a country. Do you know there is a software they developed in China which they brought to them? You take a picture. You take a picture. Are you aware of that? And you ask the app, take selfie. From that single picture you took, it will take selfie of you without you touching the phone camera. And then, you know the funniest thing? It will take your face and place it on that of Keanu Reeves. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? And Keanu Reeves will be talking with your face on his face. Are you aware of that? It's called deep fake. We have the software to prove to you how useless the zoo is, to prove to you what they have been doing to you to deceive all of you. They think we are all stupid. And we said to them that we are learned. I was studying in British Library. I was the last people to leave the library that the attendant came and turned off the light. So we are learned. If we choose not to speak Queen's English, it is out of design. Out of design. If I tell you that. And to prove my point, I actually went and did some research. You know what I found? I posted it on my Facebook page and actually tweeted it. You will see somebody, an imposter. Donald Trump has an imposter. Kim Jong-un has an imposter. Are you aware of that? I posted it. You can see their pictures. You will see Donald Trump. He has an imposter. But the only thing is that this imposter, this Donald Trump imposter, Dennis Allen, is not running the USA. You know the funniest thing about Nigeria is that the president is gone. The imposter is also gone. There is nobody in Asorok running the country. No single soul. I said no single person, because it has never happened anywhere in the world that a secretary to a government like Boss Mustafa is running the country as the head of the response, the task force on COVID-19, an ordinary political appointee. Ordinary political appointee running a government. It is an abomination. An abomination. All of you should burn your PVC cards because you are useless. You don't know anything. You have no brain. How can ordinary local appointee, an ordinary secretary to a cabinet, be heading a major government task force? Who told you that? In which country? I'm asking you. In which country that claim to be civilized? Unbelievable. These two impersonators, they were actually in Singapore during the summit between North Korea and USA, Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump. These two actors are Howard X and Dennis Allen. Go and look at their pictures. If you're watching on my page, just go down a little bit, you will see it. Does this man not look like Donald Trump? Does the other man not look like Kim Jong-un? There's even a video of this man walking about the streets of New York. People were staring at him. I said, oh, look at North Korean leader. He's here. Is this seeking asylum? That is what they have been doing to all of you. And to cover up their dirty tracks, they employed Channels TV John Momo, who became a millionaire overnight without going to work, all because he launders the image of a very dirty, diseased and corrupt regime. Channels TV. That is what they do. Channels TV, as you people are complaining about, they are worse than COVID-19. All this means worse than COVID-19, I'm telling you. Because they infect your brain. COVID-19 can attack your lungs. If you take medication, it will go. The type of disease that Channels TV is pumping inside you, there is no treatment and there is no cure. I'm telling you what they've been doing. Look at the mask they are wearing. They are wearing a mask. If you show this thing to your average African, to your average Nigerian, they look at his face. Oh, he's Buhari. Can't you see his face? But look at Donald Trump. Look at Kim Jong-un. Can you not see their faces? Can you not see it? Are they not fake? Are they not fake? Heaven will bear us witness that we came and we preach this very gospel. And do you know what I find very funny? I don't know if Amaka is listening, because this evening Facebook made us to lose our marbles. I'm telling you the truth. But if Amaka is listening and watching, or China Sanguru, there was a picture taken by Femi Adesina of the man they claim to be Buhari. Remember? Go and look for that picture of that idiot smiling and welcoming who they claim to be Yemi Osinbajo. That time we were campaigning for them to produce Yemi Osinbajo. They went and did a Photoshop. Look at the neck of that Jubri, I won't call him Jubri, the clown in Asorok. Look at his neck. And look at the neck of the mask of Donald Trump. He's also wearing a mask. Look at his neck. Both of them are the same. Amaka, post it, please. If you're listening, if you're watching. Look at the picture of that boy, a clown in Asorok, smiling, welcoming Osinbajo. Look at his neck, his bulgy neck. Look at the neck of Dennis Allen, wearing Donald Trump mask. Look at both of them. Their necks are the same. It is latex. It is rubber. It is not human. That is how they have been deceiving you. That is how you are a Nigerian. I mean, Nigerian, huh? We dey sharp, we dey smart, and Adamant is playing with you. Who concocted all this nonsense? This grand, elaborate fraud was Abba Kyari. And people keep asking, oh, but why don't they do something? Why is it that article? Because they are all in on it. They know any day they come out to accept that they defrauded 200 million people, they know Biafra will come the next day. So they all ganged up with that little tramp, that used to work for, I'm not going to mention Yoruba, please. And I'm not insulting the Yoruba race. Anybody who took it that way, I do apologize. I don't insult the Yoruba race. I'm telling you things that people that come from Yoruba land have been doing. That is not very good. Very annoying indeed. This little girl, you can see her in a picture. How she's looking adoringly at the face of the dead Buhari, waiting for her own share, her own 2029. Maybe angling for the job of chief press secretary or spokesman to the president. And look at the rest of the pictures of the fools that they call Buhari wearing face masks. You can see all of them. You can see their faces. But they pretend. Nigerians pretend. When you tell them the truth, they say, oh, you're insulting a whole race. How can anybody insult a whole race? I insult Igbo people, Igbo leaders, not the ordinary people. If you hear me insult, or tell you, not even insult, tell you the truth about Fulani Janjaweed. So you think I hate an ordinary Fulani person on the street? You even think I even hate the Animajiri? No, they've done nothing wrong. They are all victims of circumstance. That's what's happened. Victims of circumstance. Look at that very picture. This was the girl that told the whole world, oh, don't mind what Nnamdi is saying. It is a fake news. It is a Buhari. And I'm asking her, have you seen the neck? Have you seen the neck of the person wearing face mask in Aso Rock pretending to be Buhari? Have you seen the same thing happen to the man in Singapore wearing a face mask pretending to be Donald Trump? Have you seen it? No, you're still blind. They don't know who we are. They have no idea. And as one newspaper carried it, one online blogging site, what is their name? They're called Sahara News, not Sahara Reporters, please, Sahara News. He said they actually published a video. Nnamdi Kanu once again justified as presidency finally admits that Buhari's live addresses was indeed recorded. Listen very carefully to this. Let me sip water a bit. I was so angry at Facebook this evening. I hope I'm not coming out loud. They can hear me drinking water. Something they cannot do. Now they have admitted. Femi Adesina actually came out to admit that all the so-called live videos were indeed recorded. And do you know why he accepted it? Because of our relentless pursuit of the truth. That thing people said, oh, abandon it. Every time he's a Jubril, every time he's a recording. Have you not seen? Femi Adesina finally came out in the open. And I give him credit for that, to be honest. And admitted. I know how, look at his face, you will see how painful it was for him to admit that Aso Rock is actually empty. He said, admittedly, that the broadcasts were all recorded. If somebody is in Aso Rock, why would you need to record and then play it and claim it is live? Because we are very, very particular about their photoshopping. The Photoshop, we point it out. At last they have now agreed that they have been deceiving all of you. And what do I mean by that? Because, you know the funniest thing is this. The funniest thing here is that there are some people who are journalists. When I say that Channels TV is bad, or I condemn Yoruba media, some of you don't understand. You don't know where I'm going to. You don't know the damage a fake media can cause to society. It is because of the fake media you have in the zoo called Nigeria. That is why Kanu became overwhelmed with coronavirus. That is why they are shipping Almajiri everywhere. Failure of the media, the fourth estate, to do their job of due diligence on whoever is in power. They failed. Because John Momo was busy collecting money and building. I asked you, look at Channels TV. Do they run any advert? Is there any advert on Channels? Now ask yourself, where do they get their money from? That tells you all you need to know. I am justified and will go on to read this very news that the world may know Nigeria's presidency finally agrees that President Buhari's purported live broadcast was actually pre-recorded. Hey, we have won, haven't we? Did I not tell you we always win? You know what I hear? Oh, leave this Jubril matter. It's too long now. Since 2017, you talk about Jubril because you know nothing. Your brains are empty. We know what we are pursuing. The zoo is crumbling. Aso Rock is empty. And Nigeria has fallen completely. It's gone. And we are holding them in a bad place from which they can never ever come out. Never. And every escape is closed. When we are small, we used to hunt ewi. What is ewi in English? Can somebody help me, please? Ewi, little ewi in the village. Because I grew up in the village. People that grew up in the village, they are very intelligent. Ask anybody anywhere. I grew up in the village. We used to hunt ewi. Ewi is a little rodent. And you know what we used to do? We will close every escape route and leave only one. That is why we're waiting for it. And we start to smoke it from the other one. We pour in smoke into the hole. And we're waiting for the ewi to come out on the other side. Go and Google it. I don't know what ewi is in English. Ewi we are in my village. They call it ewi. And once it can no longer take the heat or the smoke, the ewi will run out where we're waiting and we'll catch it. Do you know what we have done? Let me tell you what I have done to Aso Rock. Not me, but Elohim. Chai. Please, God, forgive me. Let me tell you what Elohim has done. What God has done in Aso Rock is to close every escape route. There is not even one that is open. No escape route. They will suffocate and die there. Jubril is gone. That actor who is there, it doesn't matter what the Chinese do. I have their software. The software the Chinese is using now to manipulate all of you, we have it. It is called deep fake software. You can put anybody's face anywhere you like. If you don't know. That's what they're using. Have they not agreed? They have agreed. Why did Femi Adesina now agree that all the programs were pre-recorded? He agreed because of our relentlessness. We are resolute. We are determined. We are indefatigable. We are unstoppable. Who is going to stop us? Who will stop IPOB? I'm asking you. I'm going to know who is the person. We are insane about Biafra. We are fanatical to the point of destruction for Biafra. And nothing can stop Biafra from coming. The zoo will collapse completely and totally and be destroyed. And Biafra not to come. Watch and see what is going to happen in the zoo. They think we are joking. They think we are joking. They think this is a play. They think it's a joke. Oh, leave them. You don't know who we are. Because of us, they keep making mistakes every day. That is why I say to this great family of IPOB, we must remain on this. We must remain on this issue. This Jubilee issue can never die because that's why we're holding the zoo. And that is what makes the zoo ungovernable. Nobody will go there. They are looking for a recruit to replace Buhari. They have all said no. That is why the idiot that is there waving cannot talk. That is why the Chinese are doing everything they can. Of course, they can't kill me. They know that very well. That we are unreachable. Don't you know that? Do you know what they're planning? We have all their plans. Only if we can get rid of Nnamdi Kanu, only if. Then we can govern, we can play this trick until 2023 and give it to another person from the north. Not Tinubu, of course. Tinubu is wasting his time. He's a lackey. He's a nobody. He is a nobody. He is another thief. The day I'm waiting for them again or to ask for President Jonathan account, then I will go into Tinubu and all of them. Mria and Andrew. I will go into them one after the other with their bank balance. I'll have it and I'll let the whole world know how much they're worth. That petty criminal, a former drug dealer in Chicago, a peddler of drugs, just like Abiola was a thief with ITT, a criminal, a confirmed criminal in America. That is the idiot some of you are saying will be president in 2023. That shows how empty some of you are. If you did not grow up in the village, you are nothing. I say it all the time. If you did not, you cannot know anything. Anybody who comes and writes rubbish online against Biafra did not grow up in the village or close to where they come from. That I can assure you. Categorically and without any equivocation. Now we are going to play for you the voice of Femi Adesina. Do you know why those callers summoned the courage to ask that question? Because of what we are doing in IPOB, we have opened their eyes. The eyes and ears of people are now open. Forget all the things they tell you. They all listen to Radio Biafra because they know that I speak the truth. They know that I've been ordained by heaven to preach the gospel of redemption, not just for Biafra, but for everybody. And they know it. Now listen, let us hear what the presidential spokesman has to say. After, months. After months of lying and deceiving themselves, finally they have admitted it. That when I was telling you it was recorded, somebody wrote and said, oh, forget it. It's recording is nothing. I said, what do you know? What do you know? If you have a president and in the midst of crisis, that president cannot, even if he's on a sick bed, to address the people. And you can fault Buhari anyhow you like, to be honest with you. One thing you cannot accuse the late Buhari of is abandoning the North. A whole Kanu. His bedrock. Kanu, which is his strongest base. Dying like this and he will not say something. Oh, it's not Buhari now. That means you don't even know him very well. That was when I knew that Buhari was no confirmation that he's no more. And I thought that people who claim they went to school will be able to understand that this man is no longer there. But you know what they did? Forget now, it doesn't matter. Should be not be only broadcast. Zoo, that is why they are experimenting with you. Because you have no brain, you cannot reason. A whole president cannot address the people live, that means he's dead. Live means living. People who are living. Recorded means people who are dead. So you don't know that before? Let us hear what Femi Adesina has to say. They wanted to stop this broadcast. They know it is an earthquake. It will crumble whatever is left. Those rooms that coronavirus hasn't entered in Asoro, it will enter it tonight. Now it will enter there. Let us listen to Femi Adesina squirming and lying. Look at his eyes.
Actually, I want to ask.
Listen.
I see that our president, his speech is not always live speech. Like the last speech that he gave was leaked. I want to know why it was leaked. Even as he was reading it on television, I've already read it. Thank you.
What you read on the internet was not the authentic version. It was an early version that a mischief maker got hold of and released on social media. And there were so many discrepancies between that version and the final version. And then, why is it not live? Not all broadcasts are live.
And it beats my imagination that each time you are being interviewed, the way you speak to Nigerians as though Nigerians are just used tissue paper. These things are not good at all. You understand? And for you to come here with your level of education,
that is the way you
to tell
see yourself. If you choose to see yourself as used tissue paper,
you are speaking with Nigerians, so you have to at least give us some respect.
They are tissue paper.
To us. Yeah, we elected the president, and you are appointed by him. So whatever it is that we are asking, or they are talking to you about, you should be able to at least answer us with respect.
These are Nigerians, so not their friends, so Nigerians.
Breaking record, or someone is they refer to himself as tissue paper, and you can't help that. You don't have to talk to us like that. I don't know why this arrogance and everything. I don't know.
They're arrogant because you're stupid.
Olua, thank you for calling, Mr. Adesina.
just congratulations to Olua. If that's the way he sees himself, he's welcome to it.
On a moral ground, the president is supposed to have a media chat.
Media chat is too low.
Questions, especially on this present crisis.
Present crisis. Somebody is asking. The president should have a media chat live. Listen.
Once in a while.
Thank you, Lariko. Mr. Adesina.
Thank you. It's a matter of opinion and a matter of style.
Style.
If the president chooses to adopt the broadcast style,
broadcast style, newscasting, president.
we call school days depending on what you studied. In the stylistics class, you are told that.
Now we are not in the stylistics class. From presidency to stylistics. So when you were asking for people to rig you into power, you didn't talk about stylistics. All of a sudden, we are now into stylistics. It's now style. It's a question of style. they think that they're going to do a tissue paper. As somebody said, that is the way they treat you. You allowed them to treat you like a tissue paper. That is why he can come out on national radio and be talking rubbish. Rubbish. He should be going to prison. They are all going to jail. Do you know why? Boris Johnson will not defend them. Trump cannot defend this type of attitude. Boris Johnson is a good man. Boris Johnson is one of the few leaders of the world that has conscience. He can't support this rubbish. That was why they ran to China. They brought this Jubril matter to Boris Johnson. He told them to get away from London. Come on, get away from here. They ran off and they ran to China. Can you imagine? A Nigerian called and said, "You are treating us like a tissue paper." He said, "Okay, if you see yourself as a tissue paper, it's okay." Hey, Zoo alumni. Zoo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The most popular, populous giant of Africa. To look at the mess you are making of yourselves. An absolute and complete mess. That was why Facebook did not want us to broadcast this evening. Mess, complete and utter mess in the zoo. Let's finish sharing from Mr. Forger, Femi Adesina, the Photoshop expert. A seasoned criminal and liar. A seasoned criminal and liar.
Syncretic. What does that mean?
It doesn't get it.
Differs from person.
Style differs.
That is the style of this president.
All of a sudden.
Another president will come and he will adopt a different style. So the style that this president has adopted,
stylistics,
let's accept it and let it suffice for us.
Yeah. My direct question to Mr. Adesina is that
listen.
What has happened to Gazuki and this other shy guy? Why is YC holding on to them despite court judgment on their release? Why is he holding on to them?
All right.
He has now. Have you heard him? It is now a question of stylistics. You are now into stylistics governance. And what is that stylistics? It is that a president can choose whether to give live broadcast or not according to his style. Even in a national emergency, when people are dying like flies in Kanu, the same people that voted for Buhari or voted in the name of Buhari. Hey, zoo, legendary zoological republic.
If he doesn't have the answer,
listen.
I want him to encourage the president to come out and speak.
Come out and speak.
This is the president coming out to address us, as in to have a media chat with the press, so that from there he can speak to us.
Okay, Bikunle, thank you for calling me. Mr. Adesina.
Thank you.
Look at his face.
To encourage Mr. Bikunle not to continue to sound like a broken record.
You sound like a broken record.
When this COVID thing began, President should talk to us, President should talk to us, President should talk to us. He has had 3 national broadcasts.
3.
Within about 5 months. What else do they want?
What else do you want?
What else do they want? So people think because either you elected a president or you didn't elect him,
are you listening?
You must lead your president by the nose. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. The fact that you have elected a man does not mean then you begin to order him around.
Democracy 101 Nigeria.
Good for the country at any given time.
Mr. Adesina, isn't the president elected by the people? Isn't he responsible to the people?
He is quite responsible to the people, but the people don't have to lead him around by the nose. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, do you see what I call them? The zoological republic. Do you see why? These are the idiots they employ. Maybe he has 1 or 2 flats in Dubai because he's made money from stealing, from lying, from covering up. This is the cover up. You are telling me that the old Buhari is alive and this type of shady cover up will be going on? It can never happen. I shall have told all of you plenty of time that the man is no longer there, but everybody has been too daft to follow. Can you hear? It's a style. Presidency of stylistics. Amazing. Maybe the next Tinubu and that monkey Shomole will be presidency of gymnastics. You can see him on the jumping like a little orangutan on that thing they used to do hand bar in a gym. You can see him. I don't know where he did his own makeup. He has now gone. He's now sporting a mustache around his this thing. I got him. Okay, old man. He wants to look young. I mean, he has a very young wife, maybe. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and direct, and the zoo is vibrating. Everybody remember, earthquake in the zoo right now as we preach the gospel. There is fire everywhere in the zoo. Everybody's on the run. I told them, the prophets told them, negotiate now. That's why he's a miscreant. Leave him. And I gave him a promise. By the time we are done with you, believe you me, Somalia will be a paradise compared to the zoo. And it's happening before your eyes. You are now seeing it before your own very eyes. It is happening. Nigerians cannot order their own president about what utter rubbish is that. Any civilized country will storm Aso Rock and stone everybody there to death. That's how sad it is. Because Nigeria is not one, has never been one, and can never be one. That is why there is no uprising. If you had Biafra, there will be uprising. If Oduduwa was free, there will be uprising by now. If Arewa was free, there will be uprising. If Middle Belt was free, people will rise up to demand for a live address. Now you are demanding, they are waiting, the Chinese are working on their software. You're waiting for a live address, which you know would never come. What does that tell you about what is happening inside Aso Rock? That there is nobody there. The presidency has declared that Nigerians cannot order President Muhammadu Buhari around. Which Muhammadu Buhari? Let's continue. A special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, said this during an interview with Nigeria Info during their Crossfire program. Adesina, however, assured that Buhari will continue to do what is best for Nigerians from the grave in Saudi Arabia. Maybe. Hey, Zoo. That is what is happening. That is what we must keep exposing. They don't even know the meaning of democracy. They have no idea what democracy is like. Channels, television, and NTA, they knowingly lied. Channels knowingly lied and have been deceiving all of you. Now that Femi Adesina is saying that the programs were recorded. So how come NTA and channels were flashing live, the live icon on the left-hand side of the screen? Please, Chinasa, give it to Amaka to post. Somebody should post it, please. You will see that Channels TV said it was live. They gave them a tape recorder. They slotted it in. Somebody inside Channels wrote live, knowing fully well that they are lying. Now tell me how you can trust such a news channel. Lying and deceiving the people. Do you see my problem with them? Lying and how can a TV station in broad daylight, the broadcast is not live? Why didn't you say to Aso Rock, it is not live, let's just play it? They said no, live. They switched on live. And Tony Momo collected his own share and put it in his pocket and laughed at all of you. Do you know what? I call you zoo people animals. You know what they call you? Tissue paper. A used tissue paper. Which one is worse? An animal that is at least breathing and eating, or a tissue paper you flush down the toilet? Which one is better? So you now see that I love you. At least I call you animal. They call you tissue paper. That is why they can lie to you. That is why they can put live. I am live right now. Facebook is saying I am live. How do you know I am live? How? The time now is 23 minutes past 10 p.m. in Biafra land. If you look at your wristwatch, if you look at your wall clock, wherever you are in the world, it is 23 minutes past the top of the hour. That's how you know I'm live. Simple and short. It was the actor, not even Jubril, was the actor live? Pretending that speaking Buhari's language. Of course, they were not live. Because you can also mimic a voice. So I say, but the voice sounds like Buhari. You can also mimic it. Go and, of course, we'll do that later on. Deep fake is called. Deep fake. That's what it's called. Go and Google it. Deep fake. You will see any face you. If I want to look like Keanu Reeves, I can. If I want to look like Peter Doche, I can. Just take his face and put on my face and with my voice. Very easy, isn't it? Hey, Zoo is finished. Zoo is, hey, they're crying where they are tonight. Hey, how come Facebook? Why did you allow them? Why? They're crying. They collect money from, they say it's a Abacha loot that never ends. After collecting it, they share it to the whole world. They bribe the ambassadors in Abuja. They bribe all of them to be writing their nonsense. Nigeria is a bit stormy, but it is to be expected. Things will get better soon. President Buhari is trying. And I'm telling the world that you ambassadors in Abuja are lying to all of you. They are liars, they are corrupt, they are cheats, all of them. Because there is no Buhari in Aso Rock. There is no, I dare them. If there is Buhari, bring him out and I will give up Biafra. I'm making a pledge before God and to the whole world. Bring out Buhari for live interview and I'll give up Biafra. But they know they don't have him. They don't. Whoever runs Channels TV, John Momo, NTA, you people knowingly lied and have been deceiving your so-called fellow Nigerians because you put a tag live on a relayed transmission when you knew that it was not live. You knew it. Only those running an administration of a dead president will record a broadcast and call it live in order to deceive. The word is deceive, to deceive the people. I am bringing you the truth, and they are deceiving you. They are deceiving you. When are you going to open your eyes? When? I ask you. When? I'm sure Additional will regret appearing on that radio show. He will regret it. I've told him, not come out. Don't come outside. We have our own Onyoko meter. Once you come out, we analyze everything about you, the way you walk, your body language, everything about you. How did we know that every picture you have been issuing of a so-called Buhari since 2017 has been fake? Very simple. It is called pixelation. Simple pixelation. We get the picture and we keep expanding it. Once you expand it, it becomes blurred. You will see two images. The old Buhari picture, the old dead Buhari, and a superimposed picture on top of it. You think we don't know? There is no trick. We are Biafrans. Is it because we are not white? Is that why you think we are not smart? You think we're not intelligent as white people? Because we are black? Bring that trick from China. As you are doing it, we are analyzing it for the whole world to hear. And shame will be on you. Are you now following? So there is no need trying to see if you can deceive us, because you can't. Only those running a dead administration would even care to tamper with a live program. Earlier today, I tweeted a piece of information that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Nigerians are being deceived with new technology in hyper reality face mask and deep fake. It's called deep fake technology from China. Deep fake. I will reveal that. I will demonstrate for all of you how the whole thing works in in my broadcast to come, either on Sunday or sometime next week. I told Abba Kyari when he was alive, Femi Adesina, that's sex trafficker. A sex trafficker. There's the type of idiots they have. Adesina is a forger from Oluwole. Loretta Nochie is a sex. She goes to Edo State, takes girls and traffics them to Italy for prostitution. These are the people in Asorok running the zoo called Nigeria. Can you imagine such rubbish? And that was the idiot with her multiple fake accounts. Oh, Zara Onyinye, Emma Kai, another one, is it too dumb, whatever. Fake accounts. Zara Onyinye, fake. No, she didn't realize that we know who she is. It's Loretta Nochie. That foul-mouthed, sex-trafficking, shameless woman without husband. These are the people running Nigeria. There is nobody there. What there is looting galore. Once you'll be there, and Mama and Dada will call you. Hey, my friend, where you there? They say you there, Dubai. Come back, oh, there's money, oh. Come and take your own. Oh. They will fly in. They will make them presidential committee on vegetable oil, and all the money is going. Loot as much as you like. Steal anything you see, you steal. Nobody's asking questions. If you look around, there is nobody. You burn the place. Put fire there. Light it. They burnt CBN Jos. Burnt CBN in Abuja. Accountant General's office burnt. Where is the money from Abacha loot? Nobody knows. Which account did they pay into? Nobody. Hey, Zoological Republic. The zoo. Very sad indeed. I laugh at these people that call themselves Nigeria. A shameless bunch of people. You studied in Princeton, in Harvard. You read at Oxford. You studied at Cambridge. You went to MIT. And look at your life. Look at your zoo. Look at the place you call a country. Is this a country? 200 million people being being deceived by only 6 people, only deceiving all of you, and you're there, sheepishly moping like the discarded tissue paper that you are, to be flushed down the toilet. A toilet of ignorance. Toilet of ignorance. Unbelievable. Zuola, I want to disgrace the zoo before people are listening all over the world, to tell them that Nigerians are daft to the core. Useless set of animals who cannot reason very well. You have no president. There is no vice. Nobody is running the country. It's come and loot and go. Loot as much as you like. That's what they're doing. Exactly what obtained in the last days of Yaradua's government. Loot and burn. Loot and burn. That's what they do. I told the sex trafficker, Loreto Onochie, I told the Fulani Caliphate, I told the Janjaweed, the king of the Janjaweed, the Sultan of Sokoto, that I, Nnamdi Kanu, by the grace of Elohim, I will strangulate the zoo with the simple truth. I will swallow you whole. As a wonder was Ricky away. You can't. You whoop a line immediately. They thought they were mad until they saw us. You know, there's a difference between madness and lunacy. Our own is lunacy, lunatic. That is a madness that is thick, is called lunatic. Their own is a small industry school madness. Our own is university lunacy. Anyhow you want it, we give it to you. Facebook will keep removing people. Doesn't matter, we are on multiple platforms. All over the world, on multiple platforms. Do your worst, I'm asking Facebook. You tried this evening and you failed. You will continue to fail. And as the zoo is crumbling, it will crumble on all your heads, all of you. Evil people. Because you think you can control information. You can say which dictators should be in power, which vaccine to use, because you made money 4 or 5 years ago. Anyway, now I believe money is the root of all evil. I believe it. The beast with a hole in the neck is hiding in Cuba, presumed dead. I'm telling you right now that he's no longer coming back. Jubril cannot come back. He is in Cuba. The clown they have in Asorok wearing the face of Buhari's hyper-reality mask is in a deep mess. He cannot run to anywhere. They don't want him to go. He is locked up. He is jammed inside Asorok, surrounded by COVID-19, diseased. Aisha Buhari, what did I tell you about Buratai? I told you live on air. He's missing. Is he not? Have you heard? You know he loves his microphone. Have you seen him again? Give any live interview? He said he's going to Meduguri to scatter them. Ndakan Butun, madman. He has run off. He has run off, and what will happen to him will be an example to others. You don't mess with Biafra. You see this IPOB? We will not forgive. We will not forget. I'm telling you the truth. We will hunt them down. One after the other, wherever they are, we will hunt them down. They will say I told them so. When Prophet Ngila asked them, go and negotiate now, Niyawod and his Ohaneze, some governors from Igbo land, they told Abakari, go and kill him instead. Don't bother wasting time. Go and kill him. They convened the meeting at Nike Lake Resort, presided over by Niyawod and Ike Kuremadu. They brought money in the Ghana must go, sharing traditional rulers, sharing the clergy, to sign a communique condemning Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. When these people came to my house, this Janjaweed army, and killed 28 of my men, traumatized my father and my mother, that eventually led to their death. These are Igbo men. They planned to kill me. Ohaneze. Nyawodo planned to kill me. And because of these men, my father and my mother are dead. Because of them, 28 of my men are dead. For no reason, no crime. We were not at war with anybody. And you want us to forgive them? Oh dear. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Buratai could not attend his mother's funeral. He didn't. Did he? You know what goes around, what you wish for other people. You know, it has a very funny way of coming around, you know. Very funny. Buratai's mother was buried this morning. Are you aware of that? Buratai! He was nowhere to be found. Beware what you wish other people. Beware. 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 He has 200,000 men fully armed at his disposal. Garba Shehu, Femi Adesina, Tony Momo, Maman Daura, Lawala Daura, Ismaila Funtua, the managers of NTA and channels, all of you are going to prison for the most abominable crime against any democratic society anywhere in the world. This is fraud of the highest order. Fraud in broad daylight. Fraud. All of you are covering up evil. You are covering up evil. You know Asorok is empty. All of you, you know there is no Buhari. You know there is nobody that stands in power. That is why you couple up nonsense together. You have somebody with a hole in the neck. Nobody is asking any questions. You are all there deceiving yourselves. Deceiving yourselves. Because I speak the truth. Nyawodo and Ohaneze with Ike Ekweremadu, they wanted me killed. To kill IPOB. Chukwuokike Abiyama said it won't happen. That our job is not finished. Now you understand why. Let them meet in public. Then they will see. Ohaneze is banned. Completely banned. As we are moving into next year, maybe that name will no longer exist. It's banned, completely banned. They can be writing their useless play statement. After all, if you write it, if you pay, I think the money has gone up with this COVID. No, it's come down with this COVID-19. Which is in the journalist. Maybe now it's, I think it's 2,850 naira or so. They publish anything for you. It's 2,000. Now the going rate now is 2,850. As at yesterday, it was 2,920. Today it's come down. So they can be writing whatever rubbish they like, and they'll be publishing for them. Pie in the sky, writing, or just on paper. They don't exist in reality. They don't exist. There is nothing like Ohaneze. They are gone. They don't exist. If they dare us, they should convene in public, and then we'll deal with them. Mad people everywhere. These are the people called elders. As an elder, you went and arranged with your Fulani to come and kill the people you call your children. God punish all of you. If the Fulani had known, they would have given me my referendum. That's very simple and easy. Give me my referendum. That's all. You can even read the result later on. That is your business. Give me my referendum. That's all. Give it to me. And he said no. But you are jailing an old man, a 72-year-old man, for insulting a dead person. And the judge ruled without getting any evidence from a so-called Buhari. And you call yourself a Nigerian. I'm a proud Nigerian. Please, I think the Chinese should come and take every Nigerian one of experiment. Take all of them away. They are a bunch of useless idiots. Used toilet paper. Tissue paper. Used tissue paper. Let COVID-19 finish. Then they will see hell. They will see hell. Asorok is under siege. Who is gone? Let me see the country the idiot will travel to. I'm just. Then they know that we are the personification of lunacy. You jailed a 72-year-old man for insulting Buhari, but you all insulted Jonathan. You all did. Writing against Jonathan, talking rubbish against Jonathan. Because he's a Democrat, he's a Biafran. He is a Democrat at heart. We are Democrats at heart. Anybody can say whatever they like. But now the man has said something, you want to lock him up. Because you are in a Sharia country. You claim you are in Nigeria. You are in a Sharia territory. Look at all the judges. Look at all the magistrates. Everybody bought over. To the extent that a prosecutor in Umuahia went and took people traveling home from my parents' funeral. Arrested them. They are still in jail till now. And the other day, I asked them to ask the prosecutor what his problem actually is. He said we should bring 150,000 for each person. A prosecutor, a learned friend, a legal luminary. He went to law school. And what he learned at Nigeria's law school is to come and be persecuting innocent people that did nothing. And collecting money from them. And then you're asking yourself, can't the magistrate see the injustice in this or the judge? No! Because anytime they go to court, the judge will look at the prosecutor and give him sign. Any money from them yet? They will say, oh, adjourned till 20th of November. These are learned people, learned judges. And any day we get upset now and go after the prosecutor, they will start complaining. Do you see how people behave in Africa? I am talking to the whole world. Do you see how they behave in Africa? You see somebody going their own way, basically. You arrest them because you're seeking to make money. You arrest them for no reason. You put them in jail. Once you present them to a judge or a magistrate, the magistrate will connive with the prosecutor to say, to set a particular amount you get from them so they can share it. And they're wearing a white horse wig, claiming that they fear God, and they take money from innocent people, obtained illegally, and they go to a Pentecostal church and they pay their tithes from stolen money from poor people that did nothing. Only that they don't have guns, that's all. People can no longer rise up. Anybody can be arrested anywhere and put in jail. And you go and the judge will determine how much he or she will get or make from you. Slavery before your own eyes. People think that slavery is only when you auction people off, as they're doing in Libya or in Lebanon. No! There is slavery going on in the courtrooms in and around Nigeria every blessed day. A judge will look at you and set his or her price on you for freedom. Do you see how wicked these people are? Do you see how evil they are? Do you see how Nigeria is? Do you see why there is a zoo? Do you see why your average Nigerian is worth less than a normal tissue paper? They are only as good as a used tissue paper. Not even a normal one, a used one. That tells you all you need to know. We must proceed this evening. The time now is approximately, oh my goodness, it's to 11. Nearly a quarter to 11. And I must continue to preach this very gospel. I'll preach it, that the world may bear me witness. Today, those called Nigerians are paying very dearly for their ignorance. They have experimented on the helpless, ignorant, illiterate Alemajiri from the north. Poor, wretched northerners. When you tell them to go to school, they say you're trying to make their life difficult. Jonathan tried to send them to school. It was the same people today that brought in the Chinese to infect them that said no. They fought Jonathan. Jonathan said, please give your children education. They said no. The only reward Jonathan got is to be snooping around his bank account. That's his reward for trying to educate Alemajiri that they cannot do. Now they cannot educate them, they cannot feed them, they are shipping them everywhere because they are contaminated. Let us listen to what this very person has to say about black people and the zoo, that you may be able to understand, that you may come to the full realization that we are saving everybody. I am trying to save everybody, but Elohim is trying to, of course, not me as a person. Let's listen to this. Listen.
As the world continues to focus on this case, we'll focus on the content of the thousands of State Department cables that WikiLeaks is continuing to publish.
Listen carefully.
One of the cables reveals that the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer hired investigators to dig up dirt on Nigeria's former Attorney General last year in an effort to pressure him to drop a $6 billion lawsuit against the company.
The former Attorney General sued Pfizer. Pfizer these are the big daddies, the monsters of pharmaceutical industries. Heavyweight. They sued Pfizer for $6 billion. And what did Pfizer do? The same way they brought in the Chinese. Come and experiment. These your so-called senators, they knew about this very case. They know they've done this thing in the past. It backfired. They still went to bring the Chinese. These people are wicked. They went to bring the Chinese. They went to World Health to come and experiment with Nigerians. Do you see wickedness? And these are your lawmakers. The former Attorney General, before this Janjaweed boy came in, sued Pfizer for $6 billion. And Pfizer hired international investigators to see what they can do to stop him. Let us see what happened. Let us hear what happened. Listen very carefully.
As the world continues to focus on this case, we'll focus on the content of the thousands of State Department cables that WikiLeaks is continuing to publish. One of the cables reveals that the pharmaceutical giant Pfizer hired investigators to dig up dirt on Nigeria's former Attorney General last year in an effort to pressure him to drop a $6 billion lawsuit.
They want him to drop the lawsuit.
The lawsuit stemmed from a notorious 1996 drug experiment Pfizer conducted on sick children in Nigeria. The high-profile case has been compared.
Are you listening? Pfizer went into Nigeria. Your so-called politicians, your so-called leaders, they gave away their children as guinea pigs, as laboratory animals to be experimented with by Pfizer pharmaceutical company. The resultant damage was so much that an Attorney General, not this idiot now, decided to take up the case. A whole U.S. State Department under Obama, and that was under Clinton actually that they came to experiment with us. Under Obama said no. They are trying to dig up dirt on the man, and Obama is supposed to come from Kenya, isn't it? Black people, this UG black. Let's listen
to the plot of the Academy Award-winning movie The Constant Gardener that was based on the best-selling novel by John le Carré.
In 1996, Pfizer's researchers selected 200 children at an epidemic hospital in Nigeria for an experimental drug trial.
Experiment with their children. Tomorrow morning, an idiot will come out and tell me I'm a Nigerian and I'm proud. You gave away your children for experiment. You gave away your own seeds, your own children. It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter if they are Nupe, they are Kanuri. It doesn't matter where they come from. They are children, for goodness sake. Do you see wickedness? The black people and wickedness. Do you see wickedness? This thing they are doing now with coronavirus, it did not start today. Nigerian politicians have been giving away their children for experimentation from time immemorial. Are you following? Are you following? Hi, Facebook, Ebru Bata 6 Beacon. They are trying to stop. But I will preach. Facebook, you're wasting your time. I will preach this gospel tonight. Facebook, they've cut. Facebook has cut off our transmission. Hey, Alagom Zuni. Facebook, They have cut off our transmission. But we must continue. We have to continue. We need. They are panicking. They have been calling from Asorok. Where is the money we gave to you? Where is the money we gave to you? We have decimated the zoo. Complete destruction of the zoo. They have cut us off. we are back.
State Department.
They cut off everybody. Everybody. That is how useless they are. But we are going to continue this very effort tonight. I don't know if they are going to allow us to be able to rejoin, to reconnect those who are on Facebook. If they stop us today, tomorrow we are going to come back. Next day we are also going to preach this very gospel. They cannot stop us. They are not able to stop us, and they can never ever stop us. Never ever ever stop us. What they are doing is a complete and utter waste of time. That was what they did before. A lot of people did not believe me. When I told them before, they did not believe me, but now you can see it very clearly what they are trying to do. I am trying to see if it is possible for us to reconnect those who are on Facebook. We are live and we are direct and we are educating the whole world. We are educating the whole world. We want them to understand what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. We want them to understand what they are trying to do. We are going back to Facebook. You think I'm going to allow them? No, we can't allow them. We are going back. We are back on Facebook. We are back. We'll preach on Facebook tonight. And everywhere else around the world. I was preaching this gospel and they cut it off completely. They cut it off completely. But we are back. We are back again. We are live. We will preach it. Oh, dear me, they are panicking. They are panicking. I give this message to the living. It's not for Buhari, it's not for the dead, it's for the living. That's why we preach it. And that is why Elohim is with us. And that is why this very night, the walls of that very Jezebelian abode, I call it Jezebelian, because Aisha Buhari is behaving like Jezebel, a power-drunk Jezebel that could not prevail over those trying to tarnish whatever is left of the tattered image of the husband, a brutal, illiterate dictator. I just had a sip of water. And we must continue. We are back on Facebook at Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is my Facebook. We are over 300,000, with over 300,000 followers. Approaching 350,000. Because DSS, they have their own as well. Their own. You know, that's how they get all the fake things that they do. Everything they copy, everything they fake. Now that I was coming in to lambast them, to tell you what the governments of the zoo are doing to their own children, Facebook decided to cut me off. Lord have mercy. We have come that the blind may see, not the stupid Pentecostal thievery and deception. That those that lost their senses may be able to regain it. That those who are marginalized may be able to rise and stand on their 2 feet. Those enslaved set free. That those who are deceived may become wise. The zoo is rocking. The zoo is vibrating this night. My goodness me. Everywhere, the forces of darkness are fleeing and light is coming in. That light is the gospel of redemption, the gospel of heaven, the gospel of truth. That the whole world must hear. You must hear what Pfizer did. Their experimentation on the children did not start today. From time. I want to spread this very gospel this night. People shouldn't get fatigued. People should not get despondent. We are preaching. We are everywhere. We are preaching. And the world is listening, I assure you. Let us hear what Pfizer, what the correspondent has to say about the experimentation that Nigerian politicians did on their own people. So bringing in the Chinese and testing vaccine on people in Kanu, to them is not a new thing. They've been doing it from time. I'm sure tonight they're shocked. If Nigerians had any brain, if you see anybody who is a senator apart from Abaribe, of course, they should be stoned in Abuja. Stone none of them, they are criminals, all of them. They are the ones, they are trying to cut us off. Zoo is panicking. Zoo is panicking. And heaven is bearing us witness. Witness. That is why anything we say anything I tell you come to pass. The day the zoo will bow is the day they will open up as a rock. And the Femi Adesina will be so burdened that one day he will open up and say there is nobody there. And the world will say that even him is amongst the prophets. I don't call myself a prophet. Others do. They do. Because they see what Elohim is doing with us. They see the truth. And that truth is what set Biafra free. Let us hear what they said. What Facebook thought the world will not hear. We will play it tonight. Humanity will hear it. And know the shame of Nigeria. Nigeria is a shame. Nigeria is a disgrace. Nigeria is a disgrace. An abomination. An abomination. An abomination. And what they're doing in Ohafia, they're now trying to provoke us in Ohafia. When it starts now, they will not start the story from the beginning. Channels, the lying channels TV. Liars. Liars and deceivers. Live. They said it's live. The president will talk to us live now, but it's recorded. Today, the man that gave you the tape is telling you it is recorded. Oh dear. Let us hear them.
About 100 of the kids were given an untested oral version of the antibiotic Trovan.
Untested version was given to children like your children and my children. Because those children they were experimenting with, they also have mothers and they have fathers. Don't you feel something? Don't you have an empathy? Would you like somebody to come to your house tonight or morning or afternoon and take away your children for experimentation? Are you going to like it? Will you like it? I'm asking. Do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it is a good thing? I'm asking you. Please, I want this link shared back to everywhere it was before. That's what they're doing. So when they cut it off this way, you become fatigued. Make sure that Radio Biafra page has this, that everywhere it was before, that you share it to everywhere it was before. They want to hide the truth, what Nigerian politicians are doing with their church. Have mercy. Have mercy, have mercy. Have mercy upon us. We are wicked and evil. Black people are wicked and evil, God. Why are we this wicked? They have cut us off again. We are back. They are trying. Facebook is negotiating now with Asorok. Are you going to increase the money or not? He's there. He's destroying Nigeria. Increase the money. Increase the money. They're negotiating now. And once the money comes up, they'll cut off the broadcast. On Facebook, that is. Goodness me. Goodness me. Africans and wickedness. And you wonder why you have no light. They're experimenting with their own children, giving them out as guinea pigs. When I call Nigerians that, when I say they're animals, they get upset. But you are the ones giving away your children for laboratory experimentation. Let's listen to what you did.
Researchers did not obtain signed consent forms, and medical personnel said Pfizer did not tell their parents their children were getting the experimental drug. 11 children died. Others suffered disabling injuries, including deafness, muteness, paralysis, brain damage, loss of sight, slurred speech.
This was what your government gave to you. Nigerian government, Nigeria, we held it. These are the children that we are raised, singing Nigerian national anthem, singing or reciting their pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. And after being faithful, loyal, and honest, how did Nigeria pay them back, these little children? By handing them over as experimental guinea pigs. Some of them suffered. Let us hear what they suffered from. Because it's plentiful. Deafness. Let us hear what they suffered from. I think we need to hear it.
The experimental drug. 11 children died.
Listen.
Others suffered disabling injuries, including deafness, muteness, paralysis, brain damage, loss of sight, slurred speech. The details of the case were first exposed.
Are you listening? Meanwhile, as they are experimenting with your children, you that is claiming you're a good Nigerian, their own children are in England studying. They're in America. They're in boarding school. They're in prep school. They're all over the world having fun. Some of them are in hotels in Dubai, going to school from hotels in Dubai. But your own children are being given over to Pfizer and now to World Health Organization, to Bill Gates Foundation. They are being given over to the Chinese to experiment with. And you call them your leaders? No wonder you're a tissue paper. A discarded tissue paper. You're not even an animal. You are a discarded, a used tissue paper. That's what they reduced you to. That's what they have done to your children. Can you see what they have done to your children? I'm asking you. Tissue paper, have you? No, sorry. Tissue paper has class. Discarded tissue paper, which is what Nigerians are. Have you seen what they have done to your children? Facebook, they have cut the whole thing. They have pegged the listenership at 6.5K. So that if you're joining, you say, it's only 6.5K listening to Nnamdi Kanu on his page. And they have collected their money. So they have now negotiated. Let us stop at 6.5K viewers, which translates roughly into about 70,000 viewers. That's all. Now they've made, Facebook has made money now, this night. They don't have money to feed you, but they have money to pay Facebook. They have money to pay Google. They have money to pay all people to stop what we are doing, to stop you from knowing the truth. To stop you from knowing that this government and those before them were experimenting with your children. Whilst their own children are abroad studying and graduating and they're taking pictures and stealing all the money, your own kids are being used for experimentation. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't understand, honestly speaking. Honestly speaking. And the same thing that happened before is happening now once again. They are using the cover of coronavirus. So that is what they are doing. They are using the cover of coronavirus, for those of you who do not know, to do the same thing they did before. That is why those kids are protesting in Alemajiri North. That is why they are protesting. And I won't be surprised if Google have actually removed that very news. People are protesting. The same thing they did to those kids in 1996, they're now doing once again to the ones in 2020. People's children. That is why they are protesting. That is why they are complaining. They blocked everywhere. Because that is what is now ongoing is a commercialization and industrialization of coronavirus. They never built industries for you. Remember that. When you graduate, you start driving keke napep, if you're lucky. Or if you graduate, you become a permanent tapper. It depends, it's up to you which one you want to do. Or you start selling granules or pure water. A graduate, you put on your suit and tie, and you'll be selling granules. They never built any industries. A Jokuta steel mill that could have employed thousands of people is moribund. The 4 refineries that they have is not functioning. There are no heavy industries, no textiles, nothing is working because Alamajiri is in charge. They cut a deal with some Yoruba leaders. They cut a deal with them. Let's impoverish everybody. But one thing they can give you, one thing they are willing to share with you in abundance is coronavirus. And how are they doing it? How are they doing it? When it comes to revenue expenditure, the Arewa North gets everything. When it comes to exporting debt to the South, they also, the South gets the lion's share when it comes to export of debt. Isn't it ironic that the North, that has ruled the zoo for donkeys, I mean, they are the ones who they own Nigeria, don't they? They have now decided to export death. They won't allow you to import stockfish. You can no longer bring in textiles. You can no longer bring in things anymore. All our industries are closed. The only flourishing industry in Nigeria is industry of fraud, of lies, of deception. That even the media, those that claim they are journalists, have also joined in the fraud. So there is no hope. What are they doing? They have commercialized and industrialized coronavirus. They are not exporting it as death into the South. No, all of a sudden, no checkpoints, no customs, no duty anymore. Nobody is intercepting them. They are moving to the South and infecting populations as they do so. People said I should preach. That should preach the gospel of heaven. That is exactly what we are doing. And humanity is at a standstill. Mankind is listening. At a standstill, listening to the gospel of heaven. Direct. Some are saying they have work tomorrow. To hell with work. That they must listen to this gospel. That's exactly what they're doing. I took some water, please. I put it in a glass, which I'll be sipping as I go along. As I go along. They're exporting it. 100 alamajiris from Nasarawa we are sent into Taraba to infect. Do you see what they're doing? The Chinese will go to Kanu and infect them. Now they sit somewhere and start sharing the distribution. And maybe China has promised them of one lucrative contract or saying to them, I will hide your money for you because they no longer bank their money in Europe and in the USA. The best place now to hide stolen money is in China. That is why they are cutting deals with them. That is why China can go and say, I want to experiment with your children. And they will go to villages, they round up kids, Almajiri. They're the ones in big supply. Are you surprised that they're using Almajiri kids? They're the ones that are the cheapest to supply. And life doesn't mean anything to them. You can kill as many Almajiri as possible. As long as Ganduje gets his money. And tomorrow now, you hear channels who say, we want to talk to the executive governor of Kanu State, His Excellency Ganduje. Channels, they have collected their own share. But you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You won't know. Unbelievable. Taraba got 100 Alamajiri. Taraba, 100 Alamajiri, 100. That's their own share. From the national cake. We are sharing national cake from the South. We give oil, we give gas, we give everything we have. We develop the economy. We trade, we manufacture. National cake, yes? What is the national cake that the North is bringing to share to everybody? Their own national cake, surprise, surprise, is coronavirus. Taraba have received their own. And also, they sent some from Sokoto, their national cake from Sokoto to Ondo, infected COVID-19 patients. Alamajiri. Do you see how wicked Fulani? Do you see how evil and wicked the Fulanis are? This idiot, Femi Adesina, is there serving them. But in his state, the people he's serving, answering sa to. and lying and claiming that a recorded broadcast is live. That was before. All of a sudden, the thing that Femi Adesina is getting a return from those he's serving and lying about Buhari's death is a lorry load of infected COVID-19 alamajiri. You see Fulani, how clever they are. Even after serving them, their own thank you will be one truckload of infected alamajiri to your village. They have sent them to Ondo. These are the people asking for presidency in 2023. If people will be alive then to vote, I very much doubt it. Because when this thing starts to rage, you will understand. It's not happening in Kanu. It will happen elsewhere as well. That is why we must pray very, very hard. They have sent them to Enugu. The one that was sent to Abia was intercepted by Okezibazu's men. Do you see how the whole thing works in the zoo? From our land, you can see the pipe taking our oil to the north. You can see the pipe taking the gas to the north. Everything they get. What is coming from the north down? Death. COVID-19 patients. Death. All is what they're sending to us. Death. That is one Nigeria for you. And when we say we don't know part of these people, some of you don't quite understand. You can never ever understand. Never ever ever. Hey! Let me tell you why we know that the zoo is gone, never to return. You know that money? They said that Abacha loot they recovered. This consignment. You know, before the money hit the zoo, let me tell you what they said. Recovered Abacha loot to go into construction of Abuja-Kaduna Road. Everything goes to the north. What comes down to the south? Coronavirus. Even before the money landed, they have shared it already. They have allocated. Ask them, but who made the decision? Nobody knows. It depends on who is close to the US ambassador at that time. People make decisions every day as they go along. There is nothing in, believe you me, go to Abuja, there is nothing is there. Nobody is there. What they are doing is to use radio and newspaper. It's like a coup. To be massaging your stupidity on a daily basis. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Ask Femi Adesina, who decided where this money will go? Who? If he says he's the president, does the president have the powers to do so? The answer is no. What does the law say about recovered stolen goods? Who makes the decision? These are the people that locked up Ojo Carlo, Olisameti, who are in jail. Look at what they are doing. Ask them where that money. Which Kaduna Road are you building? When is it starting? Awarded to which contractor? Is it to Chinese company? I don't know. The money has been shared already. Nigeria. I placed Nigeria in my country. You are a used tissue paper. According to a Nigerian caller, to a phone-in radio station. To a phone-in program on a radio station. They have shared the money from Garuba Shehu. Garuba Shehu, ordinary advisor to President on Media Matters. Ordinary advisor is now telling an entire country of 200 million people where they recovered loot. Oh my God in heaven. Oh my God. Oh my God in heaven. Ah dear. They are distributing their debt. It can never stop. But as the money is coming, they're spending it in the north. They never said we'll use this money to cater for those who are dying, to take care of the sick. It's only the well and the living that can use Abuja, Kaduna, Kanu Road, isn't it? You have to be alive to use it. They didn't say, let us build centers for this Almajiri we are sending to the south. No. But in the zoo, you have the army. Obasanjo served in the Army Engineering Corps division. Is that not correct? Which means you have engineers in the army. And what is happening all around the world? Let us ask. In the USA, the army are building field hospitals, helping. In the UK, everywhere around the world, they are in Japan. The army is building. What has your own army done? The engineering corps of the Nigerian army, engineering corps, what have you done? You pledge to serve Nigeria, to help Nigeria. What have you done? It's only to be killing people on the roadside, manning checkpoints. This money could have gone into building holding centers for this sick and diseased Almajiri. But because that is how wicked the Fulanis are, because people are dying in the north, people should also die in the south. Oh. They must die in the south as well. Oh. Akoi, they must die in the south. Oh. That's what they're doing. And they have sent them to the south as the used tissue paper that they are. Very sad indeed. Abacha's loot recovered. They are now saying to the world that without this money being recovered, they can no longer build roads. That's how shameless Nigeria. They are useless. Shameless. So, without Abacha loot, you cannot build roads anymore. Is that what you're saying? That without this money from Abacha, you can no longer build roads anymore. Do you see how foolish they are? This is your one Nigeria. I went to Cambridge. I went to Harvard. I was at Yale. I was like, do you see them? Do you see how they reason? Those waiting for 2023. I feel sorry for all of them. And Almajiri is very, very clever. I saw the tweet from that boy, Abubakar Salami. Abubakar Malami of the Attorney General of the Zoo. Do you know what he said? I am happy to confirm, that was his tweet, I am happy to confirm that the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Monday, 4th of May 2020 received $311,797,866.11. Now wait for it, of Abacha assets from a civil servant, a career military man. He now has assets abroad worth over 300 million. Almajiri. This is what they do. This was my anger, which I shouldn't have spread to the whole of I shouldn't have allowed myself to use language that could be misconstrued or misunderstood in referring to the Yoruba media practitioners. I was referring to them. Abacha assets. Not loot, no. Now let us go down a little bit more to see what the same Malami said a while back. Malami said, Nigerian government, he said this thing on the 6th of February actually. He said, Nigerian government expecting Ibori, Alamas Yega, Desiani, Aluko, loot. The once is from Desiani is a loot. From Ibori is a loot. From Alamas Yega, loot, not assets. So not assets. No, of course not. They are from the south. They are from Biafra. They are looters. You know what they do? This is how they go to convince, I wouldn't say gullible, very corrupt British officials and EU that the Fulani, the Janjaweed from the north, that they are clean, they don't loot, is only people from the south that steal. Simple logic. Do you see? Do you see why you need Radio Biafra? Do you see why you need IPOB? This truth can never come to you from anywhere else, unless from here. We want to crush the zoo, crush it completely, and turn it into a used tissue paper. Before it turns other people into used tissue paper, you better turn the zoo into one, or else you will become a used tissue paper. Once you are Alamas Yega, you are Ibori, you are Desiani, Aluko, all these Okali is a loot. You've looted. But once if you're from Janjaweed, Arewa or North, it's your assets. Abacha assets. And these are people fighting corruption. and the corruption fights back. These are the people that said that Abacha never stole anything. They are his assets. Oh, now we know why Buhari, before he died, said it was it said that that Abacha wasn't corrupt. Abacha was protecting his assets, not loot. An ordinary four-star general. Zoological Republic. Zoo. After doing all this nonsense, this is what is getting me up. Do you see how they defend their own? Abacha is no more. Do you see how the Attorney General is defending his own? But ordinary, just IPOB and ordinary Nnamdi Kanu fighting for the freedom of his people, it was Ohaneze and the governors. And some of their legislators in Abuja that sat at Nikelek Resort and said, why don't we kill him? But can you see how a Fulani man, Alemajiri, is defending his own Fulani, even though Abacha is in the grave? This should be an object lesson for everybody from the south, including Yoruba. It should serve as a lesson for all of you, that you may understand. Have you seen it now? Have you seen it? I'm asking you. Can you now understand what we are saying? See how they're defending their own. I assure you, if it were to be an Igbo man there, as Attorney General, hey, criminal, he was a thief, a criminal. He was dragging Nigeria back, trying to play the detribalized Nigerian. But do you see Malami defending his own people? This should be a lesson to all those idiots. Ohaneze and Datron and Doshi, Pandev, all those treacherous pipeline guidance from the creek of Niger Delta. Idiots everywhere. Do you see how they defend their own? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen how Janjaweed defend their own? Have you seen it, idiots? Have you seen it? Headsmen are not called headsmen. They are called, not even headsmen. They are pastoralists. Terrorists are called bandits. You keep with that, they're insurgents. Do you see how they defend their own? You idiot calling yourself, you're from Niger Delta. Do you see how Janjaweed from the north defend their own? You Efulefu fighting IPOB and Biafra. Do you see how the north defend their own? Can you see your stupidity staring you in the face in this tweet by Malami? Do you see how foolish you are? This is the truth. It is the truth. Look at how they are defending their own. And in Imo State, and in the state of Mbakwe, may God rest his soul forever and ever. A great man. One of the greatest. I rank him as number 3 in our all-time greats. Number 3. Ojukwu is number 1. Second is Philip Effiong. Number 3 is Sam Mbakwe. None of you ever knew that Sam Mbakwe was a commander during the war. Sam Mbakwe fought as a Biafran soldier during the war. That was why he served his people the way he did. By their fruits you shall know them. As the Janjaweed are busy defending their own, what is happening in Imo State? You have an idiot appointed by Supreme Court. Supreme Janjaweed Court, Sharia Court of the Caliphate in Abuja. Made him governor. From number 4, the greatest arithmetical somersault I've ever seen. From number 4 to number 1. The idiot had some fools. His friends came into Mbise with their cattle, destroyed crops, did everything, all the damage in this world. And that fool had the temerity to ask people to pay compensation. But he can see, they can all read this tweet from Malami. How they defend their own. He is the governor of Imo State, but he is defending the interest of the fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world, Miyetti Allah. And people call him My Excellency. Now you know why some of you are tissue paper. Even lower than wild beasts. There is a picture of a mere fella. I have it today. And Martha, if you're listening, please publish it. Or Chinas, I circulate it everywhere. Picture of a mere fella serving Funtua, serving him. Listening like a boy attentively. Like a boy. Why? He wants to keep his position as CBN governor. I don't know how long you have been on nearly 3 hours, I think. But we have to preach his gospel from heaven. That's what I'm doing. Gospel from heaven. Mbise people in the diaspora have been asked to pay 9 million naira. My understanding is that the Alemajiri Supreme Court Governor of Imo State, he wants to assuage the feelings of his masters. He wants to hand over Imo State to Alemajiri, to Miyetti Allah. And it won't work. Without condoning whatever misfortune may have. I don't want to speak too much grammar. I don't like it. Grandmothers are listening. Let me try and rephrase this. Without accepting whatever grievances that or issues that the Alemajiri may have, the terrorists in Mbise, Miyetti Allah may have, I want to ask them, Miyetti Allah, and your governor of the Miyetti Allah governor of Imo State, I want to ask you a question. I have before me now, I'm compiling a bill of all the goods and services belonging to Igbo people, belonging to Biafrans, damaged in decades of sustained riots, ethnic bigotry, and religious persecution, targeted ethnic attacks against Igbo businesses in the north. I want to ask Hope Uzodinma, who is going to pay me? Who is going to pay Biafrans for all the damage, all the loss of lives inflicted by Miyetti Allah and their cohorts in the north? You said that animals were killed in Mbise, but human beings were killed in the north. Goods were destroyed, worth billions. I want to ask the Miyetti Allah governor of Imo State, who is going to compensate us? Are you going to call a governor in the north to convene a meeting in Kaduna to discuss the Kaduna riots, the Zaria riots? Are you? If you can't, then this your stupid rubbish you're doing here cannot stand. I know they have gone to Obinze and mobilized at very short notice, but I must warn them that Mbise, as I speak to you right now, is being rigged with aerial surveillance. Any movement of troops from Obinze into Mbise to support the terrorists they have there already will be captured. And I can assure you that both White House and the State Department will be watching it live on their screen as you're moving. We're in this is IPOB. We are not playing all those your stupid silly games anymore. I'm just warning you. Take your terrorists from Mbise and leave that very place. We have our own bill we are going to present to the governors of the northern part of the zoo. I mean, call Arewa North. Not Middle Belt. Call Arewa North. And then we do addition and subtraction. I give you my bill that runs into billions. You bring your own that is only 9 million. Then we subtract. We see who is owing who. Hope Uzodinma, you came into your role having been a trickster and a 419er. You were a Yahoo boy. You were a criminal. That was why the North picked you and chose you to become their face or their high representative in Imo State. After that disgrace, bundle of disgrace, you have failed because we have our own bill and somebody has to pay or somebody needs to pay. So be warned. All that nonsense you're doing in MBC is a waste of time. MBC people are going to pay you one dime. Take all those terrorists with you and send them back to the north where they will probably catch COVID-19 and die off. Stupid people everywhere. And I remember Alamaji all the time, they say, baby factory, this. There's a news I want people to Google, please. And send it to all those Alamaji forums, all of them. It is called Survivors of Nigeria's Baby Factories. They share their stories. Look at what is happening in Janjaweed North. Anywhere you see them writing rubbish, just take the link and give it to them. I will read again. Google this, please. Survivors of Nigeria's baby factories share their stories. These are from Janjaweed, Alamajiri North. See what they're doing to them. It is the ones they cannot sell in these baby factories that they bring out as Alamajiri. They breed like rabbit, which is very, very sad indeed. They breed like rabbits. But of course, once they've been born, you have to like them or love them because they're human beings. They are children. Somebody's selling them. It shouldn't be happening. This is the industrialized baby factories in the north. Google it. From Al Jazeera. That is their business. Because it's either they're benefiting from Boko Haram or from... Remember from time, they're benefiting from polio. They're benefiting from what's that? River blindness, remember? This was before Boko Haram came as a money spinner for them. Now is now occurring to me. Every decade in the north, there is one disease or pestilence or the other. They will run to abroad to beg money. Give us money. We have elephantiasis. We have a meningitis. Remember meningitis? Remember river blindness? Remember polio? Now, all these were big money spinners for the north. Now, things are getting is no longer lucrative. They dived into terrorism, Boko Haram. And as they were making their money from Boko Haram and terrorism, then the Lucifer buttered their bread for them and gave them corona. That is the highest fraud going now, coronavirus. And that's why they're distributing it. So how are you taking care of coronavirus? Oh, we are sharing them to states. And you're a Nigerian. You are in Nigeria. And you're seeing all these Alamajiri, they come to your town, your street, your village. All you can do is, make God help us. Hey, Zoological Republic. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is what is happening in the zoo. And that is why we insist that we must preach this very gospel. And I want you to understand something. I never, to be honest with you, I never had, I will call it a privilege, to listen to this man called Audu Ogbe. But I must say, it's not good to criticize a book if you've not read it. After listening to Audu Ogbe in this very fantastically fabulous interview, I have respect for the man, I'm being honest with you. Because there is something called the making of stupidity. The reason why I chose to study political economy rather than law as my father wanted me to was because economics and politics, I'm telling you the truth, the marriage of economics and politics, which is political economy, which is an important and critical phase that every society must go through in order to survive, is 90% common sense. You see, economics, it is 90%. There is no, you don't need to study PhD level to understand basic, simple economics. That for your economy to become viable, you must at least produce 60% of the goods you consume. Very simple and neat. or your export should be more than what you import. Your trade balance should be in the positive rather than negative, in black rather than red. Simple common sense. You don't need PhD to do that. You don't need PhD for somebody to tell you that graduates leaving universities need factories to go to work. You don't need rocket science. It's common sense. I said I'll read economics and politics. Then today, I came across this interview by this Audu. It gave me a fresh perspective altogether into the thinking of this very man. Very brilliant. But I don't know if he's corrupt or not. I don't know his details. But judging from what I have read, he was a very fine, brilliant man. Let's listen to him and learn why not just the zoo, but the whole of Africa is in a mess. You know me, I love intelligent people. Not intelligent people or stupid grammar, big grammar with no brain. Listen to what he has to say. How do obey?
One of the tragedies of Africa is that we have very little regard for history. In fact, now it has been cancelled in our schools. Where were we 40 years ago, 50 years ago? What have we learned from other societies like India and China and Brazil? We copy a bit too quickly and too wrongly from elsewhere. And we also copy from the wrong sources. In 1986, we had this thing called the structural adjustment.
Listen carefully.
In Africa.
That destroyed most countries in Africa.
Everything. And I am sorry to say, I am not an economist. I was in Hong Kong visiting with a friend when we heard on television that the auctioning began in April.
Auctioning of our national currency.
Yeah, exactly. And it was 3 naira to $1.
1986.
Yes. And
3 naira to $1. 3 naira to $1. Now it's 9,500.
90% common sense. Why are you auctioning your currency when what to do is to cut down on imports
and boost
and stimulate local production? Why are you
cut down on imports and stimulate local production? Common sense. They couldn't do it. Now listen to what happened. Structural adjustment program. Who was in power then? The North. Janjaweed and Amajiri. They ruined everything. It was them that ruined Nigeria. Nigeria that is on the floor today is Alemajiri, Janjaweed from the North. Who are the ones bringing governance down, ridiculing the essence of democracy? The same Janjaweed North. That is why Buhari is dead and they're hiding it, using ordinary rubber face mask and the software to be deceiving all of you. Let's listen to this very brilliant man. I never met him before, but I think he made a lot of sense.
Shipping in rice. That one began as far back as 1982. A task force on the importation of rice. I was a young man in the cabinet. I was 34 years old. And I asked the question, why not a task force for the production of rice? I was told, oh, you guys from the university, you don't know anything. In the interim.
I love this because anytime you give them advice in the zoo in those days, when we thought they were human beings, they, hey, it won't work here. That thing you're saying, it may work in London. That's the way we do things here. Oh, dear. Zoological Republic.
Let's just import.
Listen.
The bill rose to $5 million a day and remained so for nearly 30 years.
From the Taiwanese?
Yes.
Importing rice from Taiwan.
Thailand, Vietnam, and even India. You just ship your money out and shipping goods. And once the structural adjustment came, we added onto it free trade. So we opened our windows, our doors, our roofs, and any foreign good was arriving.
Dumped in.
Plastics that wouldn't last an hour in the hand of a child as toys, honey, sugar, milk, toothpick.
They were even importing honey, milk, sugar, toothpick. This is from a minister. He served in the cabinet. He was a minister. This is the country that an idiot to wake up and say, I'm a proud Nigerian. We proud Nigerians. Anyway, monkeys everywhere. Let's listen.
Handkerchiefs, pins on the table.
They import handkerchiefs.
We produce nothing. If you go to your house and look around,
practically everything.
What is it that is made here? Almost nothing. And we said it was perfect. Why? Oil and gas money.
Alemajiri economics.
Send the proceeds to sustain other economies and bring in their goods. Along with the goods, unemployment, and poverty.
Started. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we lost all our.
They said our radio station is cut off. I don't know from where, but we are transmitting from here. Our signals are correct. I don't know how they can say that our station is cut off. I need confirmation, please. From where is this cutting off happening? I want to know, are we cut off on radio? Are we cut off on radio? Please, Deputy, confirm. Are we cut off on radio? I want to understand. I want to understand. They are saying radio is cut off. I do not believe it. Because I can see we are live here and we are direct. And the monitors are showing everything to be green. So how can we be cut off? How can we be cut off? Somebody said, Nwata Etoko said I should stop teaching the zoo. I have to, because I am a humanist. I want everywhere to be developed. I want every aspect. I want everybody, not just in the zoo called Nigeria, but West Africa and Africa. I want people to have a decent life. Everybody, not just myself and my family. Everything I want for my children, I also want for other people's children as well. That is who I am. So anything we can do to help them to grow their economy, we are going to do it. They said our radio is cut off. I need confirmation, please. Is our radio cut off in Enugu for about an hour? What is going on? What is going on? I need to know. Is our satellite working? Is the satellite working? I want to know if our satellite is working. I need confirmation. Somebody said I should proceed. And I must do so. I must do so. I have to proceed. That was Audu who served in the cabinet of Majiri Janjaweed. They have ruined the economy. Fulani has nothing upstairs. They have nothing to contribute. Only stealing and cutting deals with criminals like themselves. And when I hoped, or I had hoped or wished that we have people coming up from the West to support this very agenda of liberation, this very agenda of hope and regeneration. A man that I happen to respect very much, Professor Banji Akintoye. I sadly read in Vanguard newspaper that the Yorubas are no longer demanding for a breakup. Oh dear me. The Yorubas are no longer demanding for a breakup of Nigeria, that they were merely agitating for freedom. I don't know. Yeah, I think in a way he's right as well. He's agitating for freedom within Nigeria, outside Nigeria. That needs to be clarified later. So I'm asking Professor Banji Akintoye to please try and clarify for us, because I saw him as a rallying point, as a voice of consistency alongside Paya Debanjo as well. And so when I heard this, I was a bit troubled. I hope that he will provide some measure of clarification going forward, please. Very, very important. I don't want a man that I have enormous respect for to pull back at this very stage. We have an announcement to make from South Africa. I want the South Africa rep to please come online to be able to make this very important and critical announcement this very evening. And whilst we are waiting for him to come on board, we must not forget our 30th of May. Very, very important. 30th of May is very, very critical. Please wait. Our South Africa rep, wait where you are. I will come to you in a minute. We have our 30th of May. We must not forget. We are going to have 3 days of fasting and prayer, starting from the 27th to end midnight of the 29th. Very, very important. We are going to read and pray all the Psalms in the Holy Book, from Psalm number 1 to 150. If you read 10 Psalms, you pray prayer and fasting for 3 days, and then conclude it with a prayer on the midnight of the 29th. And then this year we are going to have a candlelight vigil, a procession in the middle of the night, ushering in the 30th of May. We have sat at home so much that I will also encourage people to sit at home on that very day, please, for us to honor those that fought that we may live. And we'll now go to our South Africa representative to introduce himself and make a very important announcement. Please, go ahead. Can you listen to the phone and not via your system, please? Go ahead. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Where they belong. Dear friends all over the world, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone. My name is Mazi Chidebele Chukwudobiukwu. By special grace of Chukwukabiama. I'm from Oketiti in Anambra, Biafra land. I serve the indigenous people of Biafra.
Can you move away from your radio? You're very close. There's an echo. Move away from your listening device. Move away from your radio and talk to me just via the phone, please. Move away from your radio. There's an echo coming back. Go ahead.
Okay. I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as PLO, DOS, and also the Southern African Regional Lab. Biafrans all over the world, I thank you all for the great job that you people are doing for our fatherland. This time, I want to use this opportunity to let Biafrans know that we are getting there. Biafra is here. Don't lose hope. Don't listen to our enemies. Those people that think that we are joking. It's now that we realize that Biafra is here. And those people who think that we don't know what we are doing.
Go. They want the announcement. Go straight to the announcement and make the announcement, please. People are waiting. They want to hear the announcement. Make the announcement. Go ahead.
First of all, I'm starting from South Africa. There is a group called Biafra Union in South Africa, which many of our members, IPOB here, are into. And also there is a Ohaneze into in that group, which I'm giving this announcement right now. Those are hardcore members of IPOB that into that group. I want you to remove yourself in that group. Let those people that in Ohaneze, let them go and join IPOB. We have only IPOB, one IPOB in South Africa. So if you're a member of IPOB and you are still in that group, after this announcement, if we find out that you are still on that group called Biafra Union in South Africa, we are going to be suspended. If you want to join IPOB in South Africa, we can join by calling our national coordinator. The name of our national coordinator is Mazi Chidebele Odogene. You can call him on +27 749 222 170. +27 749 222 170. Secondly, we are moving to Angola. There is a problem that we are having in Angola. I want to clarify the issue. We have only one IPOB family in Angola, headed by our national coordinator, Mazi Magnus Onyekachi Madoka. Mazi Magnus Onyekachi Madoka is our national coordinator in Angola, deputized by Cyprian Njoko. Mazi Mazi Magnus Madoka, you can reach him on +244 925 483 830. Again, +244 925 483 830. You can even get his deputy, Mazi Njoko, or +244 939 888 555. Also, in the same Angola, we have only 2 zones for now. Nzango zone and Popular zone. Our zonal coordinator in Nzango zone is Mazi Chukwunonso Okafor. Mazi Chukwunonso Okafor is our zonal coordinator in Nzango zone. You can reach Mazi Chukwunonso Okafor on +244 923 659 348. Again, +244 923 65 9348. His deputy is Mazi Chukwuka Wajika. You can reach Mazi Chukwuka Wajika on +244 938 658 291. On the Popular zone,
hold on. I think what we need to do, Wazobiku, is this. They have gotten the number of the national coordinator and the deputy national coordinator. Anybody in Angola wishing to be part of our family or who is confused as to where to belong should call the national coordinator or the deputy, who will now direct them to the rest of the people. So I will ask you to once again repeat those 2 numbers for the national coordinator and for the deputy. Please go ahead.
Okay, for the national coordinator, which is Mazi Magnus Onyekachi Madoka, is +244 925 483 830. And his deputy, Mazi Njoko, +244 939 88 555.
Thank you very much. No other zone. That is enough. Those are the... Anything else?
Yes, those in Popular zone, there's the people, they are patrolling themselves as a zonal coordinator, which our HOD have already dissolved and given suspension. The name of that Mazi is Mazi Chasimba and Mazi Chris Okori. These 2 people are suspended from the Popular zone in IPOB. Whosoever that are following those people must be careful. Chasimba and the Chris Okori, they are no more coordinator in Popular zone since last year. But now they are patrolling themselves as a coordinator, which was suspended. Also, I wish to let all our people in Southern Africa, if you have any family or friends or well-wishers living in Zambia, Tanzania, Namibia, Burundi, Botswana, please, you can reach me on +27 314 167 861 for us to start a family in those countries, Zambia, Tanzania, Namibia, Burundi, Botswana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was from our, because we have to bring the program to an end. Thank you, Mazobiku. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. If you know you have been suspended from the family in Angola, you know what to do. You remain suspended. That was the announcement by our South Africa rep that represents all the countries of South Africa, not just South Africa itself, but Mozambique and the rest of them, the entire southern part of that very beautiful continent of Africa. I thank all of you very much for listening this very evening. And as always, and without hesitation, I proclaim very proudly that Biafra is our religion. Here on radio, Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim is our God. I thank you very much for listening. From me, from here, it is good evening.